Okay, let's check it out. I should be back. It's starting again. Let me just try, because I gotta try this. If I go to the camera, move my hand, it is like slow frame rate. Choose none. And yeah, something's wrong. Something is totally wrong here. Something is totally wrong here. I could see that when I push my camera to full HD, it doesn't it doesn't refresh directly, and that's bizarre. Let me just try another USB port for a second. I get this weird message when I start Wirecast. It tells me that my USB bandwidth is too low. What the hell does that mean? I haven't changed anything. I hope it's not that darn update from Windows 10 from yesterday that actually broke my camera finally. Hate it. See if I can't change that. Well, we'll have to tune the bands with a slower frame rate or something. But man, what the hell is happening there? This is too bizarre. Really too bizarre. Okay, so let me just hate it when this happened. Man. So let's just, I'll unplug the camera. So unplugging the camera, you guys see a question mark probably. Let me just plug it back into another USB port and see if it comes back. Here we go. We put there. Let me just say if I change the source here. Source settings. I will want to blend. I just put my hand in front. Blend. Will it? Yep. Blend doesn't work. Oh man. Capture device. Okay. So guys, I'm gonna. Okay, here we go. Just want to see something. Okay, I've lowered to 720p for now. Okay, we're gonna do the show tonight at 720p. The 1080p setting freezes. The camera doesn't do anything. So yeah, well, it's too complicated fast load because I need to reinstall the software, the settings, and everything. This is the only PC that has the software installed. That's why I'm seriously thinking of, dedicating some kind of dedicating a PC which will kind of, just always be the same to doing the shows. So I'm stuck with this. So I've lowered to 720p. It seems to stream okay there, and I'll of course have a job tomorrow before the next hangout to figure it out. But you know what? I'm really wondering if it's if that update that they pushed yesterday that does fix. Yeah, well, it's just funny because USB bandwidth. Why are you telling me there's a problem with USB bandwidth? This is okay beyond my. They're doing something for sure. So here we go. We're just yeah. I've lowered at 720p, so the frame rate should be okay, and I think it's gonna be okay. So Richard says the K index is updated to 5. That means that we're gonna have a bumpy ride on our shortwave listening tonight. So yeah, well, it shouldn't, and that's actually not what it's saying. It's very weird. And I've changed the port, the USB port, and it does the same. Actually, when I blend, it just froze. So there's something going on. I'm gonna have to check with the anniversary update. And tomorrow, what the update, the cumulative update from yesterday. So anyway, 720p is gonna be okay for now, especially just showing a radio. You know. So let's continue on with tuning the bands. Sorry for the little delay here, and we will continue. So, hey, Philip Briggs from Triple Frontier region of Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay. Nice to have you on board. Hello, Stan from Canada. Brian Gibson from Northeast England. RW LeBlanc. And nice to have everybody on board. So one R, nice to have you on board. So okay, we are tuning live from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Hopefully with this minimum number of glitches possible today. Let's hope and continue on. Now that's not just a radio. So can I hear? Hey, Rich in Atlanta, nice to have you on board. Yes, it does, Walt. This camera changes totally. The 1080p is really 1080p. It's just that there's a problem with the focus because of the display here that is recessed, and the buttons in front are a little bit nearer the camera. It has to focus on either that or the buttons. But that camera is quite good on 1080. It depends on what you're trying to film with it. So okay. Am I hearing 21350? Ham operator. Let's just try it out. Not hearing anything right now. I did hear something on 21272. Richard Cook says that there's I hear the carrier of the HM01, which is the Cuban lady numbers. Got WWV on 20 megahertz. Been coming in almost all day today. I tried 25, but nothing on 25. I haven't heard 25 megahertz in at least 5 or 6 months.
At the tone, 21 hours, 28 minutes, Coordinated Universal Time.
Hey, hello, Jeffrey from New Hampshire, Couch Potato. Okay, Radioactive. See you soon. There's another. By the way, just before I say I continue, there will be a hangout tomorrow also at 2000 hours ET tomorrow. We're going to talk about some amateur radio digital modes. So it's going to be interesting. Nope, the tone hasn't changed, BLF. You notice a change in tone or something? It's the same old tone. If you, maybe you're hearing because I've got a kind of a low frequency tone, and that's interference that I got on my end. The tones are the same. I understand what you mean. Probably you're hearing the other tone. Nope, I'm not on Sunday, Jerry. Is there anything special for Sunday?
Take some flight lessons to get licensed, and when they get ready to sell it, if they haven't already sold, you could pick it up and have another thing to your name. So you call yourself Flight the Pilot of M4KZ. That's interesting. Particularly the last fellow you told me about that remembered some 30 years ago the call sign. He had an excellent memory, that's for sure. Really did. And I think the research that I found out on TED was that, yes, there was a company in Australia that bought them out. And it appears from what I've seen that they only manufacture and sell one of the TED series, although they do keep on their website a web page or two dedicated to the previous TED products. But I've only seen them advertised once, and that was the... I don't remember which one it was now, 40, I think it was a 43 or a 33, something like that.
Hey there, Danny, Shortwave and Radio DX. Nice to have you on board from New York State. Nice to have you on board. Here it's not raining, but I think it's supposed to rain tonight and tomorrow.
And not too difficult to get up, so that's sorry. I'm hopeful that mine will last out here, be longer than I do. So I really do love the antenna. It's a good one. Especially when I found out that the forward gain was a figure of 10, and that makes running the amplifier even a little bit stronger than it would be normally without, which I did turn on here just to make sense because there's a little QSC in there.
I wonder what that station is, 18138, 17-meter band of amateur radio. Rich in Atlanta hearing him very clearly.
And we'll look for you next time here, and I'll remember the tail sign of the aircraft. That's probably the biggest thing. So, take care, and
oh, really? No, nothing special on Sunday for me. I'll be just taking it easy and having a little rest.
En la nueva versión del mensaje se dice que hay que tomar precaución.
Radio Exterior de España in Spanish on 17855. Always packing a good signal here.
Los españoles y cualquier individuo puede viajar libremente al país, así que hay un cambio radical en las consignas de seguridad para los turistas.
Jerry, that's why we're going to have some rain probably. It's pretty gray out there. It looks like it looks like exactly the type of clouds that it's going to rain soon.
En la frontera con Argelia. En cualquier caso, podéis visitar la página del Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores en el apartado Recomendaciones de viaje y ahí se puede leer toda la información.
Y María se queda con nosotros para recibir también a nuestro próximo invitado. La secuencia de Berlín marcó un antes antes y un después para África. Entre el 15 de noviembre de 1884 y el 26 de febrero de 1885, 13 países europeos y Estados Unidos, convocados por Francia y Reino Unido y bajo la organización del canciller alemán Otto von Bismarck, discutieron y marcaron el reparto de África en una carrera por la colonización que derivó en beneficios para las potencias.
It's about 65 Fahrenheit here.
Que perduran hasta hoy. ¿Cuáles son las consecuencias de las líneas marcadas en un mapa a finales del...
No, I haven't not tried that rain darm. I actually have the when I want to know if it's going to rain or something, I look at the radar from Environment Canada here.
Hola, buenas tardes. Pues vamos a empezar con esa conferencia, Roberto, por el principio. En su libro califica lo ocurrido como un reparto conflictivo que se resolvió en las cancillerías europeas y esas fronteras trazadas como un pesado lastre para el desarrollo de los estados africanos. ¿Cuál considera que fue el principal error de la conferencia de Berlín?
Sí, bien. En principio, como usted bien ha dicho, la conferencia de Berlín lo que viene es establecer las reglas básicas para repartirse el continente africano. En realidad, los europeos lo hicieron muy bien, porque su objetivo era repartirse el continente. El problema fue, como decía usted. Pero hay unas circunstancias que cambian demográficas.
Once again, Spain a little weaker, but they're on 17,715. Just look at the radar. We're still a little far away, but there's going to be rain later. That's for sure. 1777. All I have is 17765, which is Brother Stare.
I'm broadcasting you.
O chanceler japonês Fumio Kishida declarou que a importância da aliança nipo-americana não sofrerá mudança independente do presidente que venha a ser eleito nos Estados Unidos. O peso financeiro de manutenção das forças americanas no Japão e de outros aliados surgiu como uma questão política na campanha eleitoral para a presidência nos Estados Unidos. O candidato republicano Donald Trump diz que vai conclamar os países que cediam tropas americanas a aumentarem sua contribuição financeira. Sua rival, a candidata do Partido Democrata.
This is Radio Japan in Portuguese to South America, and it's broadcasting from the United States.
Com aliados e vai permanecer empenhado em defendê-los. Kishida disse na sexta-feira que o Tratado de Segurança nipo-americano não se destina apenas a beneficiar um determinado país ou outro. Ele diz que os custos de manutenção das forças americanas no Japão devem ser compartilhados apropriadamente por ambos os países.
A NHK World Rádio Japão está transmitindo seu noticiário na frequência de 17.540 kHz para o Brasil. E continuamos com as notícias.
Hoje, para o comentário, vamos conversar com Go Murakami, um pesquisador adjunto de projetos aeroespaciais do Instituto de Espaço e Ciência Astro.
For too many gadgets, we also have Dolewang from Germany. We have Vensterbank from the Netherlands. Nice to have everybody on board.
O projeto de exploração do planeta Mercúrio começou oficialmente em 2003 como um projeto em conjunto com a Agência Espacial Europeia, ou ESA, nas
iniciativas. In Atlanta, receiving 17540 clear. Jerry has 7. Milcom 1970 has it on his old DX394.
A única sonda que já esteve em órbita ao redor de Mercúrio.
quien hace que termine siendo una bendición.
WWCR in Nashville, Tennessee, USA, with a very high-pitched whine. I've noticed that transmitter seems to have high-pitched whines and all sorts of distortion on it. Most of the time, I think they're having problems on that one.
La luz del sol, sino que son las horas de más profundo dolor. Sí, es que solo estas horas las pasamos bajo la mirada de nuestro Señor Jesucristo, querido oyente. Y como cristianos, y siempre bajo la fuerza de Cristo, y por su gracia podemos enfrentar cada sufrimiento, teniendo en cuenta lo que leímos en Romanos 8:18. En nada se comparan los sufrimientos actuales con la gloria que habrá de revelarse en nosotros. Oremos, querido oyente. Señor, al igual que Job,
con un programa especial donde tomaron parte destacados intelectuales de la región del conjunto artístico.
Not very strong, WRMI on 15770.
Orquesta de baile y diversos cantantes.
Here to do this, I mean, we've got people sitting in the pews that have been there for
WEWN from the United States.
So, I mean,
I think this is
everybody. What's the difference? Like, why is the thunder and the reverb the ones that are leading this?
I think there are both spiritual and sociological reasons for it. I don't think I can get into them very effectively right now. But I do think that there's a corporate culture in American Catholicism which tends towards apathy, and it's a sociological problem. It's the problem of I go to Mass and do what I have to do and get home as soon as I can to do what I want to do. And then come the weekend, oh my gosh, I've got to go to Mass again. I better go do that because I want to get back to what I want to do. And I think through much of, at least over the last generation, our leaders, our priests, have done, generally speaking here, there are wonderful exceptions, but generally speaking, I think have been afraid of conflict. They've been afraid of admonition. They've been afraid of challenging the adults in the parish, and they've tended to treat them like children. So rather than saying, "Hey, you're growing up, you ought to be sharing your faith with others and not always being on the receiving end here," I don't think they've done that. And those of us who have left the faith, usually, oftentimes, for other forms of Christian expression, have done so because we were interested in spiritual things and we weren't getting it in our local parish. Some of us were...
Siempre de un continente que es un continente que tiene a su vez diferentes realidades.
Hello there, Mudzo. Nice to have you on board. Hey, Fastload. Yeah, why not? That Heifer G7 is a nice receiver.
La inestabilidad.
Hey, N8 FM. Nice to have you on board. PD1 PME. Paul, nice to have you on board. So, this is Radio Exterior de España, 15500.
Van a diferentes regímenes, ¿no? O como usted decía, el tema de las dictaduras militares. Sí que es verdad que hay países que han tenido pues la fortuna de tener cierta relativa estabilidad o en los últimos años y que van saliendo adelante. El objetivo sería fortalecer los estados, y a partir de ahí que los estados, el futuro sería que África fuera dueña de sus decisiones, ¿no? Y de sus recursos.
Esperemos que así sea algún día, Roberto, sea manos a
Hello there, Jason in New Zealand. Nice to have you on board.
los conflictos actuales. Muchísimas gracias por haber estado con nosotros esta noche.
Muchísimas gracias a vosotros.
Y María Blate, directora del programa África Hoy de Radio Exterior de España también. Muchísimas gracias por habernos acompañado este viernes.
A vosotros.
Oh wow, Rich in Atlanta has got a FRG7 packed away in an original box unused for 15 years. With a matching external speaker. Wow, that's pretty cool. You need to take that out and have it working. Radio Havana, Cuba on 15370. Not super strong, but it's there.
Organización Panamericana vamos a tomar representantes de la Organización de Normas de la ONORCAM, de la CEPAL y de la Organización de Normas CDT, representante de la KDT, al señor Teodoro Frey. Vamos a regalar conferencias magistrales con temática de para nosotros muy interesante. La calidad. Situaciones en los últimos años no han tenido resultados. Por ejemplo, hemos tenido la sentencia al destino, hemos tenido algunas reconocimientos a nivel de la provincia de Chile, de la organización de la NET provincial, porque hemos contribuido mucho al desarrollo de las herramientas y métodos para cuantificar las empresas de control interno, debido a los sistemas de gestión de calidad. Hemos tenido resultados como la salida de un proyecto de la ciudad. Divina, الفكرة الطبيعية إنما يعمل إنما يعمل فما تيجي ولا نقول الفكرة اللي كلامه لا نقول perché accade in una formazione quando terminato quando terminato si può portare perché accade giorni alle università ma di una politica di classificare che si sarà la pratica ma di non vedere la situazione.
This is the Voice of America from Greenville, North Carolina, to West Africa. Hello there, DRNDRD 2009. You can hear me watching us from the Ukraine. Nice to have you on board. Really, really cool. WWV totally missing from 15 megahertz from what I see here. $15,120 is the Voice of America from Greenville, North Carolina. No, there was virtually nothing on 15140. Usually it's very strong at this time, Rich, but did not hear Homan this time.
No, he
against the who of any
WWCR, Nashville, Tennessee, USA on 13845.
the what. Now all purposes
Hello there, Mapper. Nice to have you on board.
are subjective. You start any organization, the starter of the organization has what are his subjective purposes or viewpoints of what it is he expects to do through that organization. If his organization abides the founder's subjective purposes or the creator,
Nice to have Mapper on board from Moscow, Russia.
and the objective
Rather weak. This is WEWN from United States.
With just dead air. Too bad they did not keep the audio going.
Glenn Hauser's World of Radio via WRMI on 13695.
Radio Puntland, Somalia. Wolfgang Büschel reports that from 15:30 to 16:30 UT on Saturdays only, there's a Russian and Chechen broadcast from HCJB via now in Germany on that same frequency. And on September 17th, from 15:30 to 16, there was DRM-style jamming, presumably from Ethiopia. Why would they be jamming Radio Puntland? As reported by Ruben Pankov, Wolfgang Büschel says this white noise jamming could be from an opposition Somalia political faction. More likely it's part of the 24-hour jamming from China. Is the Tibetan language service, Radio Free Asia, or Voice of America that use that frequency at other times of the day.
Olasa anga fuli be madam Maiga Mariam Togoye ani dunia muso be ni aute fosimandi osenfe ambe madam Traore Alima Kono.
Once again, this is the Voice of America for Africa from Greenville, North Carolina on 13670. Pretty strong.
Iki yere nyininga nika jamana ye mune kene ibe iye ne yere nyininga ne mune kenga jamana ye Mariam Traore ani Ibrahim Koulibaly nuba fama ko ibe oluka demseni jokulu un livre pour deux mains ani uka association mumbe kalaban olu konye ni waleya ya adam ne kala waleya
Barake association de la association pour un livre pour deux mains mais directrice de programme ni pour le programme kala animeta
balmamso akani association sigira sinka wakati nan
asigira 2011 puis kala animeta programme d'amena depuis Salon.
Pretty interesting that you hear 13670 in New Zealand, Jason. That's really, really nice. Actually very good DX receiving Voice of America from Greenville, North Carolina in the United States up to New Zealand. Well, you know what? Newzone says you haven't done any serious DXing. I've been lazy at the radio, I can tell you. I've been really lazy lately with the radio.
De toutes les tribus, de tous les peuples et de toutes les langues.
WTWW in the United States with some French language programming.
Ils sont debout devant le siège du roi et devant l'agneau. Ils portent des vêtements blancs et ils tiennent une palme à la main. Ils crient d'une voix forte.
Notre Dieu qui est assis sur le siège du roi et l'agneau, ce sont eux qui nous sauvent.
Tous les anges sont groupés autour du siège, autour des anciens et des 4 êtres vivants. Ils tombent le front sur le sol, devant le siège du roi, et ils adorent Dieu. Ils disent
Amen, merci, louange, gloire, sagesse, honneur, puissance et force à notre Dieu pour toujours. Amen.
L'un des anciens me demande, ces gens qui portent des vêtements blancs, qui sont-ils et d'où viennent-ils? Je lui réponds, Maître, c'est toi qui le sais. Il me dit, ce sont les...
Que los radioescuchas también lo han disfrutado. Le invitamos a que agarren las Sagradas Escrituras y leanlas. Y pues padre, nos vamos despidiendo por ahora. Yo soy Amelina Mendoza.
Milton says gaming is taking his precious little free time and it's other serious gaming. It's a hobby, sorry. Yeah, I understand. You know, I used to play a lot more. I don't play a lot because it's just it takes too much of my time and I don't have enough of it anyways. Hello, Corey and FLA. Nice to have you on board. This is WEWN 12050 from the United States.
Programa para refugiados, la sección consular.
Very strong Radio Marti from the United States. This is Spanish language programs that is transmitted towards Cuba, and sometimes you can hear the Cuban jamming over it. Radio Marti from the United States.
Estados Unidos en Cuba, Brendan Mularkey, en las que se expresó acerca de la política migratoria y de los procesos legales y seguros para emigrar a los Estados Unidos. El gobierno de los Estados Unidos de América no apoya la inmigración ilegal. Es política del gobierno de los Estados Unidos promover una inmigración.
Hey there, Sam in west of Ireland. Nice to have you on board. Thank you for the nice comments.
De la radio. Los temas cruciales que enfrentan las personas a diario, analizados desde un punto de vista psicológico, con la sensibilidad, el carisma y los consejos de la doctora Isabel.
Bueno, queridos amigos, no se olviden que me pueden escribir a doctoraisabelnmarti@gmail.com. Me escriben cuál es el problema. Siempre les contestaremos sus cartas, ya sea al aire o se las mando también por correo electrónico.
Interactúa con la doctora Isabel, de lunes a viernes a la 1 de la tarde. Llama al teléfono 305-639-4277. El show de...
Rich in Atlanta says 11:30 is heavily jammed. Jason, hearing at S3 in New Zealand, pretty nice. You know, here it depends. It's a hit and miss with the jamming. It depends on propagation. Sometimes I hear it really strong and no jamming, like now. Sometimes I hear only the jamming and I can't hear the station. And sometimes it's just a mixed bag of both of them coming almost at the same strength.
A las 11, Martí Noticias. Les saluda Damaso Rodríguez y están escuchando la emisión nocturna de Martí Noticias a las 11.
Radio Martí por Radio Caracol, 1260 AM, para Cuba y el Caribe. Radio Martí por las ondas de Radio Caracol, todos los días de 10 a 12 de la noche.
Radio Martí transmite ahora mismo en onda corta, en los 11.930 kHz, banda de 25 metros, en los 9.565 kHz, banda de 31 metros, y a través de martinoticias.com. Manténgase en sintonía con Radio Martí.
Radio Martí.
Something in the noise. 11840, I believe it's Cuba. 11840 in Spanish. I think it's Cuba. Just let me check here on the list. Spanish. Yep, Radio Havana, Cuba.
Unto them that dwell on the earth, to every nation and kindred and tongue and people, saying with a
WRMI 11825.
Glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come.
11820 is Saudi Arabia. It's the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Arabic. 11820. Hello, Remlap. Nice to have you on board. With the Holy Quran.
Evento em São Paulo.
Temer falou sobre o bom relacionamento com o Congresso Nacional. Colocar em prática algumas propostas.
Radio Nacional Amazonas from Brazil, 11780. This is a regular here. It's always coming really strong in Portuguese. From Brazil.
Disse que busca a pacificação nacional e responsabilidade fiscal. Listou medidas adotadas pelo governo para reduzir gastos e ressaltou o bom diálogo com o Congresso Nacional e a manutenção e aprimoramento de programas sociais que dão certo, como Bolsa Família e Minha Casa Minha Vida. Segundo Temer, o governo trabalha para evitar aumento de impostos e por isso é preciso aprovar a proposta de emenda constitucional que limita o crescimento dos gastos públicos à inflação do ano anterior.
A aprovação desse projeto é fundamental para evitarmos uma espiral inflacionária e uma recessão mais profunda.
Só para o senhor entender, Guilherme,
se essa proposta não for aprovada, a dívida bruta poderá chegar a 100% do PIB em 2024. O mesmo ano será a falência do Estado brasileiro.
O presidente destacou ainda que, sem controle das contas públicas, não é possível garantir direitos sociais.
Sem o controle dos gastos, não há confiança que se traduza em investimentos e consumo. Sem o controle dos gastos, serão sustentadas as políticas de habitação, saúde e educação.
A atração de novos investimentos, segundo Michel Temer, deve ajudar o país a solucionar um dos maiores problemas sociais de recessão econômica, que é a falta de emprego.
Nós lançamos há pouco tempo um plano de parceria de investimentos, até criamos uma secretaria especial, mostrando que, em pouquíssimo tempo, nós abrimos espaço para concessões em 34 setores na área de portos, aeroportos, ferrovias, hidrovias, óleo e gás. Nós estamos abrindo o mercado para isso. Portanto, eu posso dizer que o diagnóstico do nosso problema está claro. O rumo para a reconstrução do nosso país já foi traçado. Por isso que eu repito, e que faremos isso a travessia para um país mais moderno, mais próspero e mais justo.
Michel Temer também indicou a importância da reforma da Previdência para garantir o pagamento das aposentadorias e afirmou que a base curricular do novo ensino médio vai ser formulada a partir de discussões feitas por especialistas do setor. Reportagem Leonardo Meira.
Para garantir a segurança e a tranquilidade durante as eleições municipais neste domingo, homens e mulheres das forças.
Hey, take care, PLF. Nice to have you on board.
Polícia Rodoviária Federal e da Força Nacional vão estar nas ruas de 420 cidades em 15
Josefina Vidal responderá a preguntas de los usuarios a través de su cuenta @Josefina Vidal.
Radio Havana, Cuba, 11760.
Al gobierno de ese país a iniciar conversaciones oficiales con el grupo insurgente ELN, Ejército de Liberación Nacional. Desde finales de marzo último, voceros del Ejecutivo colombiano y de esa guerrilla anunciaron su determinación de comenzar diálogos formales en Quito, capital de Ecuador, para poner fin al largo conflicto bélico entre ambas partes.
El Parlamento de El Salvador aprobó un pronunciamiento para celebrar la firma de los acuerdos de paz en Colombia, a petición del grupo legislativo del Frente Farabundo Martí para la Liberación Nacional. Durante la sesión plenaria avalaron 46 diputados la iniciativa con la cual se elogia la paz lograda en esa nación sudamericana, luego de 4 años de en La Habana, Cuba.
El secretario general del Partido Comunista de Uruguay, Eduardo Loriar, expresó su solidaridad con Cuba en su lucha contra el bloqueo impuesto por el gobierno de Estados Unidos durante más de 50 años. En Montevideo ratificó Loriar el apoyo de los integrantes del órgano ante el cerco económico, comercial y financiero norteamericano, el cual consideró como una buena y de obstáculo para el desarrollo económico de nuestro país, en un mundo donde las relaciones comerciales entre países se han liberalizado.
La expresidenta de Argentina, Cristina Fernández, insistió en la importancia de la unidad latinoamericana ante los ataques que reciben los gobiernos progresistas de la región. En una conferencia magistral en el contexto del tercer encuentro latinoamericano progresista que se...
Oh, I don't know what's happening, guys, but there's like 6 cops, and they are actually going in the backyards of every homes here. They just passed in front, and they just got into the backyard here. They seem to be searching for something or someone. That's weird.
Desafíos regionales para
They finally found me.
y consolidación de los procesos en favor de los pueblos. Este viernes, el evento centró sus...
That must be it. Rich saying they're after your pirate radio station. Just heard a brief piece of voice on around 10872. Yeah, 10872. Anybody else hearing some talk on 10.872 upper sideband? I'm actually worried about DX today. He left home at 10 a.m. this morning. He usually comes back at least 5 or 6 times during the day. He has not come home since 10 a.m. this morning. I'm kind of a little worried about DX the cat. So 10872 upper sideband, there's some voice there. It's exactly 10.872.3 upper sideband. Ray Kelly is getting it really well in Nova Scotia. We got Gary Smith that heard it also. That's pretty nice. Some kind of two-way communications here. Yes, DX should always have his phone and his GPS necklace to make sure that I know where he is. Nope, it's not. It sounds, I don't know. I thought it sounded maybe Spanish, but I'm not sure. I haven't heard enough to know. I love this when we get some kind of a shortwave mystery, not knowing what we're hearing, where it comes from. Ray Kelly hearing it in Atlantic Canada. Gary Smith is in Indiana, is hearing it also. Of course, I'm in Montreal. Interesting. Yes, DX will be grounded when he gets home. Some kind of two-way communications, probably, you know, maybe fishermen or whatever, somewhere that are using two-way communications as if they're allowed to without any license and everything. There's a lot of those, but I don't hear them very often around 10 megahertz. I can't make out the language. I'm not hearing them well enough to have an idea of what the language is. Well, you know what, Milcom? What I'm probably the most scared of with DX the cat. He's so nice with everyone. I'm afraid somebody will kidnap him someday. Or a bad guy will just, you know, be bad with him. It's Spanish, Jerry? You think it's Spanish? It has a kind of a possible Spanish, but I'm not sure. I'm not totally sure. I'm trying to make out, and I'm not totally sure it's Spanish. Sham YouTube is hearing him. P Stutter is hearing it into Tennessee also. Well, not that many, Scotty, because DX, pretty much everybody knows that around here at least, pretty much everybody knows that DX the cat is mine. And I did put a little color with his name and a phone number. So basically, they should know that somebody owns the X. I know one thing, Scotty. I know that DX goes exactly into 3 people's homes. The 4th house from here, my neighbor downstairs, my other neighbor that's at the corner, and so I know where he goes because everybody's telling me, well, he comes home, and I hope you don't mind. And I always tell everybody, I don't mind if you don't mind. I know he's a cat that loves everybody, and he just wants to go around, and it's okay. I just don't want something bad to happen to him. Yeah, Milcom, he's got a call sign, Vihi2 Meow. Not just the warm metal boxes he can sleep on, even the metal, also these strange laptops, these strange plastic, hot, and very weird devices he can sleep on. Ten 715 is not very strong, Richard. I can hear it, but barely. The Cuban Spanish numbers on 10715, barely hearing it here. A K4 station. If my CW is just good enough, I know it's a K4 something. So K4 something. It's an amateur station. That is interesting. WWV is missing on 10 megahertz. Very weak on 15. This doesn't happen very often. 20 megahertz is actually the best frequency for WWV right now for me.
Geomagnetic storms reaching the G2 level are likely.
The geomagnetic activity report. I'm actually hearing another time station. It had voice and it had just one little peep. And it's kind of talking. I don't know. I'm hearing another time station on 10 megahertz right now. But it's very weak. Greece with a good signal, 9935. Greece on 9935. Was that PPE, Richard, you think?
Εκείνο της Μαύρης Θάλασσας. Υπάρχουν μνημόνια για κάθε ωκεανό και θάλασσα στην προσπάθεια που γίνεται να ελεγχθούν τα πράγματα στην ναυτιλία, στην παγκόσμια ναυτιλία.
in Islam?
The Voice of Turkey in English to Europe and North America, 9830 kilohertz. Voice of Turkey in English, 9830.
Whatever you want on earth, without any limitations, which includes harming others and even yourself. While angels suggest men that there will be consequences of his actions, and that there is an afterlife, and this world is a test.
So Richard confirms that 10 megahertz was the PPE time station in Brazil. So if you hear the PEEP instead of WWV, you're hearing PPE and Brazil time station.
Fire is made of limitless desires and wants of humans, whereas heaven is the result of the outcome of the ordeals passed successfully. Making a self-evaluation is so important. It makes us remember our duties and responsibilities and make us see how long we have covered on the road to God. Nerves will not like the self-evaluation you're about to make and try to convince you or deceive you to make you change your mind. Nerves wants to live forever and never ever wants to accept that it is mortal. Hence, abandoning the world pleasures and showing effort for the works which are hard for nerves requires a certain will to rule over.
Well, at least that's cute. That's cool, Fast Load. You got something stronger than me. It's actually strong here, but my noise level is so high on 9 megahertz that it is in the noise.
Make a person forget his duties, the afterlife, that he will be held accountable. And worst of all, can make a person forget God. What this person forgets, indeed, is his own self, his own essence.
Northend in the YouTube chat room says that on 10872 sounded maybe like Vietnamese. I don't know. Didn't look. I don't know. I was unable to really ID any language there, for sure. Local and DX Radio says that he's got that station once in Texas.
And behaviors. It is like filtering out your wrong and right through the sieve of conscious. Self-evaluation can help us to acknowledge the negativity in ourselves so that only after then we can be able to convert.
Well, look at that horrible signal from Cairo. The transmitter is just transmitting some kind of buzz.
Radio Romania International.
Radio Romania 9760 in English. Take care, Baltz. Nice to have you on board.
Welcome to a new installment in our regular series of works today about shepherding traditions in mid-September. And a microphone, Diana Vajil.
And I'm Jan Maston.
In the Romanian traditional calendar, the second half of September is marked by a series of pre-Christian traditions related.
38 dólares o 5,3% a 40.
9565 is Radio Marti, but this time I'm hearing a lot more of the Cuban jamming over it. 9565 Radio Marti.
Subió a 2,72 dólares en Londres o 5,9% a 48,69 dólares por barril. Tony Cano, Washington.
Aviones de combate despegaron el viernes del portaaviones francés Charles de Gaulle como parte del esfuerzo de la coalición internacional para reconquistar Mosul, el último bastión del grupo Estado Islámico en Irak. 8 cazas.
Hey Steve, MX5, nice to have you on board.
Que participa en las operaciones contra los insurgentes desde febrero de...
Saudi Arabia again on 9555 kilohertz. This is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Very weak. 9710, I could hear a little something, but almost nothing there. Very, very weak.
هي العجز عندما أعجز
The last 5 minutes of All India Radio 9445. It was missing from 11670, but 9445 All India Radio. They have 4 minutes left of their transmission. And for those that don't know, by the way, the good news we have from India is that All India Radio will not stop transmitting on the 31st of this year. Hey guys, I got a surprise. DX the cat is back. He's on me right now. And he smells perfume. Somebody put in perfume or something. He smells like perfume. He went somewhere. I wonder where. He now smells like perfume or some kind of perfume. Some really weird buzz, but 9420 is DX has a girlfriend, yeah. He went to the parlor. DX wanted to make himself beautiful for me.
Week that 2 trainloads of weapons were transported to...
Rich, I won't say that on the air because it sounds a little too bad, but...
But now it's confirmed that these weapons...
So 9395 is WRMI on 9395.
Of dispatching troops to Dabiq.
Yes. And Dabiq is a very critical city in Islamic prophecy. They believe that's where that's kind of like the Christian version of Megiddo, where the final battle is supposed to take place in Islamic prophecy, and so where the opposers of Islam will be crushed. So Dabiq is a very critical city in Islamic prophecy.
They have their own Megiddo, don't they?
They do. And it's Dabiq. That's why this small town out in the middle of nowhere that no one should.
Like on 1970. Yeah, well, that's a little too far away for that. The pizza lady's house.
Zealous for Islamic end time prophecy.
Right.
They're with.
Decision I make, and simply wait for God to give me a
again and, oh, I can't? He said to me, just work for the Lord, you'll establish yourself. He tells us to wait upon Him and let Him lead us and guide us the rest of us. You see, here's the key. If I'm remaining sensitive to His Holy Spirit, if I'm remaining sensitive to His Holy Spirit, and I'm asking God day by day, give me a check in my spirit where I need to check. Give me liberty or peace or freedom where I need that. I want to know your mind. I want to know your heart. I want your decision. I want you to establish my steps. I want you to guide me. I want you to direct me in every decision.
Hello there, KC2 and XP.
Then when you feel that little rejection, how many times have I told you?
You know what, Fastload? I'm extremely happy for you because the number of times that I was listening to signals you could not hear and you got frustrated, at least tonight you're having fun.
Wrong direction, wrong investment, wrong whatever. And so then when you slow down and you go back to the drawing board, the drawing board is the Word of God. And you spend time before the Lord, and you wait. I've had people just asking me, when are you going to do this? And when are you going to? I say, well, I'm waiting and I'm praying. Because I try not to move until I feel like I've got a complete lead from the Lord to do that. As with the time this afternoon, I knew that I knew that I knew. This is a done thing, this is a finished thing, and now we can move into the thing. That's the only way I know how to operate with every step of liberty and freedom. Wait on God and wait for that little.
And that's WWCR in Nashville, Tennessee. Now I'm going on 7850 and I'm thinking how it's been such a long time since I really had a good signal of CHU Canada time signal. It's there, but it's very weak. 7850.
I rejoice in others.
Something's happening here. There's something happening here. Signals have suddenly become very weak. What the hell just happened here?
Throughout her 40-year-long musical career, Ilana Donita Martel has worked with most professional and amateur traditional music ensembles all across Romania, particularly with those based in Transylvania. Let us now listen to her with a beautiful tune about...
That is weird. This is stronger than usual normally. So stronger than now. There's something weird happening. So this is Radio Romania 7430 kilohertz. something is not right, and I'm not sure what exactly. It usually is better than that. You guys can hear the distortion. This is weird. Oh, it's better suddenly. There's something not right in the connections of my antenna tonight. So 7430 is Radio Romania. Check something here. 9830. It's actually better than it was, I think my antenna, there's something about my antenna. The other day I turned on my radio and something weird was happening. I think I need to recheck all of my wires. No, 7430 is definitely Romania.
my son's music was also featured in many...
Espanol.cri.6.
7210 is China Radio International from Albania in Spanish.
Se despide de ustedes, Viva Feliz. Hasta la próxima emisión.
KC2 NXP says 7430 is 10/9 in Western New York.
Cualquier duda, comentario o sugerencia, no duden en ponerse en contacto con nosotros.
Nuestro correo electrónico es spa@cri.com.cl. Nos esperamos en nuestro próximo encuentro.
And then I was getting bored with that, so I put up a tower, and I got 160, 80, and 40 on it now. How come?
Great job installing it, but still, it's a lot of money. I could have gotten cheaper linoleum.
This is a 40 meters amateur radio band.
I got sold the bill of goods. I think I did, Ernie.
Oh, who did that, Dave?
Yeah, well, I bought the linoleum from him, and he subcontracts with a guy from Madawaska, and that's the installer, and he's very good, the installer, very good. KW1C.
K2JHK.
Go get wet. See you guys later, everybody. Nice hearing everybody.
Good
night, Denny.
Bye, Denny. Behave yourself. Good night, Denny. Yeah, Steve does. Okay, don't rub it in.
Uh-huh. Bob, are you, you're loud, Bob, tonight. Are you running your normal station over?
Ele critica a lei atual que obriga moradores de cidades cortadas por bem.
Once again, Radio Nacional Amazonas. This is from Brazil in Portuguese, 6180. Pretty good. Let's compare 6180 and 11780.
Guerra Brasil perímetro urbano dos municípios, inclusive rural. A manutenção do Avante.
11780 is clearer.
É justo o município pagar a iluminação pública de um viaduto, de uma ponte, quando o movimento, os usuários, é de todo o Brasil, no nosso caso de Cozinhos, tendendo ao Mercosul.
De acordo com a Edil Benz, a solução para a questão é a concessão dessas rodovias à iniciativa privada. Para ele, as empresas que, porventura, ganharem o direito de explorar as estradas devem incluir no valor do pedágio pago pelo consumidor parte das despesas com a iluminação.
Tramita na Câmara dos Deputados projeto de autoria de José Rocha do PR da Bahia, que torna obrigatório o sinal de telefonia celular ao longo de todas as rodovias federais.
José Rocha observa que a maioria das rodovias está desprovida do sinal, o que compromete oportunidades de negócios e a possibilidade de contato
Yeah, even here, 6175 is just strong enough to make a 6180 a little bad. But I put it in sideband, it's okay.
Convocados com ambulância, ou mesmo naquelas condições de assalto. Tudo isso leva ao passageiro intranquilidade quando trafega na rodovia federal e tem aí um trânsito até diminuído em função da situação que a rodovia se encontra.
Para minha casa e até eu aprendi como fazer a chinesa.
Isso é muito bom, parabéns.
Obrigado. Você poderia me falar como os chineses dizem este prato é a minha especialidade?
Você pode dizer, 这是我的拿手菜。
6175 is China Radio International. And it's overpowering a little bit 6180. That's why they're a little harder to get. Hello there, it's G2 Eastern Nebraska. It says 6180 is 5 weak.
You could be wrongfully accused. That could have happened prior to this bill.
This is CKZN in Newfoundland, Canada. This is one of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation relays out of Newfoundland, Canada, 6160.
The perpetrator to justice. It says to survivors of rape, it says that in California, we take rape seriously. We take this for the terrible, terrible crime that it is. We take it seriously. We want victims to always have the opportunity to come forward whenever they are ready.
Do you expect this to lead to more cases of people being charged?
I don't know. I mean, I would think just that it would, because, maybe there's someone out there, after the law goes into effect, that would be able to come forward. I just hope that people now understand that we take rape seriously. And this is one small step in making that happen, and we still have work to do.
Big C, more people will come forward, but will it lead to more people being charged?
I don't know. I'm not a prosecutor, so I don't know.
So it will be for people who for themselves be victims, but not necessarily end up in courtrooms. Correct. So, and again, do you think that that's
a step forward for them, or it just stirs things up that they find that once they get to the authorities that it doesn't go any further than that?
I don't think so, because what I heard from prosecutors is they have said, I've heard from district attorneys also, that when someone comes to them with a case and they might have the evidence, they might have something that they can reasonably pursue, but if it's been more than 10 years, they just have to say no and tell the person that we can't even look into this. And I think part of the healing process is knowing that you can come forward at any time, and maybe they won't be prosecuted, but to just be told there's an arbitrary time limit does not help the healing process.
It's rather weak, but 6135.1, something like that, is that 1.2 is Radio Aparecida from Brazil in Portuguese. Radio Aparecida from Brazil. 6135.1.2.
Just somewhere in there, so people actually see what I'm talking about.
Alex Jones nut job on 6115 kilohertz WWCR in the USA.
Somebody look into, could he legally put hotels in? And the answer is only because of the Clintons. They're going to broker what companies can go in. That's Microsoft, Google, Bezos, and this is about controlled economy. So what she's really saying is, nobody can birth in Cuba but us. That's why we did this deal. And you're not doing what's good for America, Trump. You only do stuff for yourself. The biggest Chinese spy this country's ever seen. Communist. It's not even a communist. Again, the Chinese communists are just a bunch of generals using their people as slaves. It's all, the terms, all of it, it's all a lie. These are horrible, piratical, evil psychopaths that enjoy hurting you while they become fabulously rich off your labor. And they prance around all day with little girls on stage with her. Got the Joker creature walking around, like actually fear for the children that are close to her, just the demonic energy. But here she is.
Today, we learned about his efforts to do business in Cuba, which appeared to violate U.S. law, certainly flout American foreign policy, and he has consistently misled people in responding to questions about whether he was attempting to do business in Cuba. We have laws in our country, and the efforts that Trump was making to get into the Cuban market, putting his business interests ahead of the laws of the United States and the requirements that businesses were operating under because of the sanctions, shows that he put his personal and business interests ahead of the laws and the values and the policies of the United States of America. People have to look carefully in making their decisions about who to vote for.
Fastload having it very strong. Richard doesn't hear it in the UK. Jerry is S20. SG2 East Nebraska has it at excellent signal of S9. So pretty cool.
Did you answer something? This is a computer simulation? I mean, is this a joke? Is this like satire for space aliens or something? Like they watch this and this is like entertainment? I'm not saying that literally. It's again, that's an allegory. But I mean, sometimes I wonder because Trump had a company look at trying to get him into Cuba. And then they got all these requirements where basically the Democratic Party decides if you can't. Kind of like more than 10,000 501c3s were given to Democrat groups.
Well, just, it's a casual interest. I'm believing that God would...
The annoying woman on 6090 kilohertz talking about God. This is the Caribbean beacon from the island of Anguilla in the Caribbean.
But I do not know at what time something will come forth out of that. Only God knows. But I'm just going to keep putting the word out there, and I'm going to keep basing on what God said, that His word won't return void. And I'm going to keep coming to you every Sunday and preaching God's word with one earnest goal. That is to draw you closer to Christ, to give greater understanding, to share. What good would it be if I had all of the knowledge and I couldn't have an outlet anywhere? What good would that serve? What good is wisdom if it cannot be shared with people for God's sake? It means nothing. So when you begin to look at it that way, you say, here are some pretty intelligent people and have great wisdom in God's word, juxtaposed to some other people who have no scriptural knowledge. That doesn't mean you go out on the street corner and preach a sermon. Maybe God will use you to do something at some point or speak something which has nothing to do with what you think it does, because not knowing it was most natural to you, which will be a seed that you plant in somebody by God, not by you, by God. Because God knows who are you. We can't see it, we don't. So when you understand that, all I'm saying to you, please understand, I have a burden. My burden is not going to go away. My burden is for those people who haven't heard, or who are wrapped up in tradition, or who are so gripped in, this is Mama's church or Papa's church, and I can't leave because this is where I need to be, because I'm told if I leave I'm going to go to hell. I have a burden for people who feel that it's too late for them to learn. I have a burden for people who think they're so smart they can't learn anything because they're just so smart. And then you realize they're not that smart after all. Because a truly intelligent person knows how little they know in terms of the knowledge of the universe. So, having said all of this, I know that the Lord will enable. Don't take this as a charge to go out, as I said, and be the woman that, or the man that everybody goes, oh boy, here they come. Hide. In fact, what is it about Christ? I want you to think about this. What is it about Christ that some people were just drawn to Him? Even the devils, the demons, recognized who He was and said His name. What was it that brought people or drew people to Christ? And when you begin to think about that, go back, read Galatians 5, where it says,
Take care, Milcom 1970. Nice to have you on board as usual. Thank you.
The Spirit, as we understand, represents love, which is the love of God.
I need to really brush up on getting that DGDX transmission, Scotty. I always forget for some reason. And you know what? It's also timed at a period where I'm often not at the radio and very often not at home. So I always miss it out. But I have to absolutely listen to that DGDX transmission.
If Christ dwells in you, if the Spirit of Christ dwells in you.
Not very strong, but 6070 is CFRX in Toronto, Canada. That's funny, Rich, that you're asking the question. I just stumbled on 6070 just as I see in the chat, can you receive 6070 Toronto? It's there, but it's not very strong tonight. It's S9, but I've got a lot of noise on the 49 meter band, so it's not that strong. Not very strong yet, but usually gets better around, an hour or two later. 6050 is the best frequency for HCJB direct from Quito, Ecuador. Not coming in very strong, but usually in an hour or two from now it's going to be pretty good. Yeah, you're too close. You know what, Scotty? You're at 15 miles from the 6070. Here, my problem was the same to you. When CFRX, the station on 6005 kilohertz, I don't know if you guys remember, but CFCF AM station here in Montreal used to have CFRX on 6005 kilohertz, and that was transmitted from Kanawake, which is a Native American reserve just southwest of the island of Montreal near Chateauguay. And that was so close to me that CFCX, sorry, not CFRX, CFCX was almost never audible at my place. It was audible only when I would get really close to the transmitter. When we would go to Chateauguay, for example, to see my sister, I could hear it. But where I live here, I could never receive it because I was just too close. The signal just jumped over me. Man, I remember that CFCX 6005 kilohertz. That was from basically from Montreal.
Temperature
5450 is the Royal Air Force Volmet, the station that gives the weather for the UK Royal Air Force, and that's 5450 upper sideband, the Volmet from the UK Royal Air Force.
Information to Utah. International at 3150 Visibility 9 kilometers. Cloud, no significant cloud. Temperature 20. Aircon 28. MH1003. No food. November at 3155.
CFCX was radioactive, was about from that position to here at least 30 kilometers. It was quite west part of the island on the south shore, at least 30 kilometers, I would say. And that always amazed me, by the way, radioactive. I always thought that CFCX ground wave should cover the island of Montreal, but I don't know if it's because of the maybe the pattern of the antenna. It was not at all making it here, and I could hear something, but very, very faint in the background from CFCX. So it was very interesting. The only place I would hear it well is going in Chateauguay, because that was like, you know, my sister lived about 6 or 7 kilometers away, and there I would hear it because I would bring along a shortwave radio, and the highway, when actually we went through the bridge, we went to the bridge there, and the Pont Mercier, which is the bridge where you go to Chateauguay. And when you would cross the bridge, as soon as you're out on the south shore, to the right you could see the antennas, both for CFCX shortwave and for CFCF 600 AM. And if you guys want to hear one that is interesting, is that site that had the 600 kilohertz CFCF antennas and CFCX shortwave is intact. The antennas are still there. The little buildings with the transmitters are still there. And I regularly hear from time to time that somebody wants to buy the medium wave AM transmitter, but it never goes through. So it's like in a state of, you know, just being there, Nobody's using it. But both the shortwave transmitter, the medium wave transmitter, and the antennas are still on the site. I went to my sister about 3 months ago, and I could still see all the antennas and the transmitter site. Everything's still there. Apparently everything's still working, but nobody's buying. They're waiting for somebody to buy and do something with the site. I'd buy the site just for the shortwave side. I'd like to start my shortwave station from there. We need money. We need to buy the CFCX shortwave transmitter there and the medium wave. Why not? And reactivate something from that. Hey SWL John, take care. It's nice to have you on board. Remember all, tomorrow is a shortwave hangout at 2000 hours UTC. We will talk about digital modes on amateur radio. I did one on digital modes in general, but the ones that tomorrow we're going to talk about is digital modes for amateur radio. And that idea came to me thanks to Jordan C. Haber that kind of proposed to me, hey, he was having fun with his amateur gear on digital modes today with BPSK 31 stuff. And he gave me the idea that, well, why not visit the amateur radio modes of digital? I think that's going to be fun tomorrow. And you know what? Not just talk about it. I'm going to set up myself tomorrow so that we can have actual visual of decoding of some amateur signals directly live on the show tomorrow. I think that's going to be fun. So 2000 hours UTC tomorrow. Kilohertz. There's some the identification of the Russian hymn 5150, the Russian national anthem. What's that station? Station. I have the impression of listening to the voice of Russia.
Greetings for all the old comrades. They see that legendary voice of the shortwave pirate radio, DJ Big Wings, and be seen the radio free. Yes, I have been away for some time. I have not been feeling well, as many of you know. I've complained about my health in the last 2 weeks. What the fuck? I gotta turn off the
audible alarms when people are texting and stuff in the...
Radio whatever, 5150. This is radio free whatever.
Kind of under the weather. Had, like big swollen lymph nodes and...
Wow, pirate station on 5150.
It's been bad. And then on Monday I thought I had a heart attack, but I didn't. So I've been laid up the entire week trying to recover from all that, and I actually feel pretty good tonight. I feel great, and that's why I wanted to make a triumphant return to the airwaves. So I'm going to play some great music for you. Got some great stuff, some brand new stuff too, like this one, this Van Fran Regina Sector. Here is Small Bill from Radio Free. What?
This is so weird. 5150, radio free whatever. That is amazing. I've never heard a pirate at this frequency. And he's strong. I mean, to be on 5 megahertz and strong like this pirate cannot be very, very far away from where I live. It's either a Canadian pirate, not too far, or it's something like a northern U.S. pirate, northeast pirate of the United States. 5150. I'm amazed at the signal of radio free whatever. And with such a strong signal, I'm going to tell you one thing. This pirate isn't that far away from here. Rich in Atlanta can barely make it out. Hey, let's do some kind of triangulation. Everybody that is hearing 5150, let me know and give me your position. And let's see who receives it well and who doesn't receive it. It's going to give us an idea of where this guy is located. Okay, Ray Kelly in Nova Scotia says that it's really strong, 5150. So it's either the northeast US or somewhere in Canada. That's interesting. So it's strong in Nova Scotia. It's pretty strong here too. He's making it at S10, S10 plus 20. GLK001 says Southwest Connecticut, about S5. Supply Sarge says it's strong in Pennsylvania. So he's definitely located in the northeast. Probably in the United States, in the northeast part of the US. Scotty Tier 6 says no signal in Toronto. That is interesting. So, that is very interesting. That is very interesting. Yeah, Rich, that's the guy the cops were looking for. Haha. Larry says strong on his discount, S3. This is nice. I love it. Tonight we had at least 2 signals. We had that kind of talking on 10872. Now we've got the pirate here on 5150. That's what I love with this tuning the bands, and just listening to shortwave. The unusual, whatever's going to happen. This is cool. So Jerry is in the US, about 300 kilometers south of Toronto, basically. And he's at S5 right now. TOT says it's S9 plus 20 in Toronto. That's interesting. Hey, Scotty, you're not hearing it? S9 plus 20 in Toronto. That is, Scotty, you should hear it. Theo is hearing it in Toronto. That's interesting. Newzone says would be good if you could receive him in the UK, like Wolverine. Wolverine is amazing. I think of all the pirates, Wolverine is probably the most powerful pirate of all. I mean, the signal is just amazing everywhere with Wolverine. Or maybe you're hearing it, Scotty, but it's just too much noise, and it's the noise covering it, maybe. Oh, interesting. We've got Natman ABC says no signal in the UK. Really nice. Hey, take care of you, Jean. Take care. Always nice to have you on board. And see you tomorrow in the Hangout. So 5150 is a pirate radio. It's radio free whatever. It's the first time I hear a pirate in a 5 megahertz, the low 5 megahertz range. That's very interesting. Radio free whatever pirate station on 5150. Danny Shortwave in Radio DX says it's pretty strong. S9 in Yonkers, New York. He's definitely in the northeast part, for sure. GLK001 says it's the first for him. Oh, is it the new frequency rate for pirates? Ray is saying check back as others pirates use this frequency. This is probably some new frequency for pirate stations. So it means that now not only will we have to check 6850 to 7000 kilohertz, but we'll have to check around 5150 for pirates now. KC2 NXP says it's S9 to 10 over in Salamanca, New York. So you guys see here, it's S9 to S9 plus 10, almost 20 sometimes. Guys, I'm having so much fun tonight listening to all these stations with you guys. I just want to say thank you to everybody because, you know, without you guys, I wouldn't be here doing this. You're part of what is the fun of listening to radio. And thanks for being there. Theo in Toronto says, I have a cheap internal antenna in my bedroom, 14 feet long. Going to make a video for YouTube about this. He's got this station at S9 plus 20. Wow, this is great.
Radio free, whatever. Okay, that one must be done now. That is Pepsi Turco, and the song is called Birdie. Now, before that, you heard Jeff the Brotherhood with Juice. That song really rocks there. And you heard new one from Regina Spektor called Small Bills. With the S on bills spelled with a $sign. Brand new from Regina Spektor. I am DJ Dickweed, and I have another great song for you. This one comes from Sires. It's called She's Into Me on the Radio Free Whatever. Enjoy. She's into me.
Let's just check 5810. There's got nothing on 5810, Richard. So I'm just going to tune back down, and then we'll come back to Radio Free Whatever.
And the poorest countries, such as Madagascar.
Radio Havana, Cuba coming in quite well on 5040 kilohertz in English. Radio Havana, Cuba.
Income than 95% of the inhabitants of Mali, Madagascar, and Tanzania. A report.
You know what, Jerry's saying October is always good for pirates, start of the pirate season. If all goes well, maybe next Saturday I'll have a special hangout. And it's going to be called the Pirate Radio Hangout, where we're going to all chase just pirate stations. That's all. We're not going to go into the international broadcast bands, anything. We're going to try to listen to pirate stations on a Saturday evening. So that is possibly a show for next Saturday. Usually I don't have a show there, but I think that could be a great idea. I was thinking of that this morning, and I think it would be cool.
From the impoverished south to the affluent north, it's increasing despite stock gaps and repression by the recipient states. Affluent nations resort to physical barriers, such as the electrified barbed wire fence separating the United States from Mexico, or the ban issued by the European Union on migrants to refrain from landing in its shores in face of a huge avalanche of flimsy boats laden with Syrians, Afghans, and other Middle East nationalities. Also popular is the setting up of huge fences, such as the one erected by Saudi Arabia to prevent migrations from Yemen, after imitation of those erected many, many years ago by the Spanish cities of Ceuta and Melilla to keep Moroccan and other Arab migrants. Porque todos los colombianos y las colombianas soñamos con un país.
Radio Rebelde in Cuba, 5025 kilohertz. Radio Rebelde.
De que se rebajaría el pie de fuerza y se rebajaría el presupuesto militar para dedicarlo a labores sociales, se mantiene el presupuesto, se mantiene el pie de fuerza y los soldados colombianos van a servirle al imperio del mundo. En un año de la intervención militar de Rusia en Siria, se destaca la contribución de Moscú a nivel militar, humanitario y de negociaciones de paz entre el gobierno del presidente Bashar al-Assad y la oposición moderada. Conozcamos el reporte del corresponsal Christian Guanos. Rusia contribuyó notablemente en el proceso de reconciliación nacional mediante su centro de reconciliación y coordinación establecido en la Ruta de Marina y la provincia afectada.
SG2 in East Nebraska says 5025 is S6 plus, where he is. Nothing heard right now for the Russian buzzer on 4625. 80 meters amateur radio band tuning.
Around here, so what are you gonna do? So anyways, I played with the maestro today, guys, and went out for coffee, came back and cooked dinner for Liz. She came home from work. I told her I made a chicken, and we had chicken and potatoes and stuff like that with gravy, and I got enough left over. I'm gonna make a chicken pie tomorrow, so I'll be busy for about an hour there doing that. And yeah, overall, it was a pretty good day, relaxing day, quiet around the house. Not many visitors and not many people at the front door, so pretty good, quiet day here. And every once in a while, it's good to have a really nice, quiet day. That's for
You've got Rich in Atlanta as a Mars net 4.5935.
5 November, Foxtrot, Roger.
Oh yeah, Mars Military. This is the Air Force of the United States. Mars Military Net, really good, 4593.5. Many strong stations. Thank you so much, Rich.
5 NF stations to enter the net, over. Nothing heard, out. 1, 2, 3, Tango X-ray 2, this is Alpha Foxtrot, Alpha 3, Alpha Juliet. Stations to enter the net, over. Nothing heard, out.
We're pretty close, radioactive. I've got S7 noise floor. So Mars is the military auxiliary radio system. It's a kind of amateur radio site to the military. And they often have nets where they invite different stations from the military, mostly U.S. Air Force, because Mars nets had, the Air Force, the Navy, different, aspects of the Army. But now it's mostly U.S. Air Force that still continues the Mars nets.
Charlie, Quebec, 5 November, Foxtrot, over. This 2 Charlie, Quebec, I wonder if any station could send me a few lines of text, just hook back up my signaling. I'd like to see if MSDMT is operational, over. 5 November, Foxtrot, call ahead and see if somebody will help you, over. This is AFA2CQ, Roger, out. 1, 2, 3, Tango FA2, this is AFA2CQ. Looking for a station that can send me a test transmission, over. This is 2 Charlie, Quebec, nothing heard, over. 5 November, Foxtrot, Roger, wait out. This is 5 November, Foxtrot. 2 Charlie, Quebec is looking for someone who can send him a digital test message to check his equipment, over. Nothing heard, out.
not too bad, Jerry. 8-second delay. K2 station.
Visibility more than 6 miles. Light rain showers. Cooling 3,000 overcast. From 04000, wind 060 degrees, 12 knots. Visibility more than 6 miles. Light rain 807. Cooling 1,500 overcast. Temporarily 04000 until 0800. Visibility 4 miles. Light rain, mist, cooling 800 overcast. Calgary.
This is Gander Radio weather. 3485 upper sideband. Gander Radio in Newfoundland, Canada.
Wind 020 degrees, 5 knots. Visibility more than 6 miles. 3,000 cattle.
What I can say, Richard, 2,500 kilohertz WWV is it's here in Montreal very difficult. The only times I've heard 2.5 megahertz for WWV is very late at night, like 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning. So if it's difficult here, imagine all the way through to the UK.
Canada. Coordinated Universal Time. 23 hours, 28 minutes.
23 heures, 28 minutes.
CHU Canada time signal. This one is almost, it's a 24 hours one for me because of being so close. We're about 100 miles away, about 130, 140 kilometers from Ottawa. So this one is almost 24 hours for me. 3330 CHU Canada time signal.
CHU Canada, UTC, 23 heures, 29 minutes.
23 hours, 29 minutes.
.160 meters, not really open yet. If you guys want to listen to Radio Ukraine International via WRMI, it's on 11580 starting right now. Radio Ukraine.
This is Ukrainian radio. In this half half-an-hour broadcast of Radio Ukraine International, you will hear a news bulletin, Ukrainian Perspective, a program of news reports and commentaries, and our regular feature, The Reading Lounge, presenting literary works by famous Ukrainian writers and poets.
First, the news read by Vera Mali. One Ukrainian soldier was killed by a sniper in the Avdiivka industrial zone in Donbass, reported the counter-terrorism operation headquarters in Kiev on Thursday. The night before, a battle lasted for a few hours.
Richard Nunn receiving 11580 in the UK. KC2 NXP said that 3.330 was 20 over in Salamanca, New York. That's pretty good. Pretty good. And Rich in Atlanta says 11580, very strong. SG2 East Nebraska says 11580 is S5. And Scotty Tier 6 says in Toronto says 11580 S9 plus 20.
Surge in explosions in Donetsk region alone.
Let's try it out. Jerry says 6.754, which is the Canadian military. Let's see if it's coming in tonight. Not very strong tonight, but Trenton military in Ontario, Canada. 6754 upper sideband.
As it was reported earlier, the above-mentioned three...
So this is Radio Ukraine International. It is transmitted via Okeechobee, Florida transmitters via WRMI.
On the 21st of September, on the disengagement of forces and equipment in Donbass. The disengagement should start only after a full ceasefire during
PPE on 10 megahertz. Let's just try it to see. I have a very weak WWV. That's pretty much it.
For successful completion of the investigation, he said. He also said he was hopeful that not only those who committed this crime, but also those who gave the order would be named. Earlier on Wednesday, the joint investigation team reported that the Malaysian flight MH17 was hit by a Buk missile which had been imported from Russia into Ukraine and then transported...
Hey there, Sunbird90. Nice to have you back.
President of the European Council, Donald Tusk, is hopeful that the European Union sanctions against Russia will be extended in December. Speaking at a meeting with Ukrainian Prime Minister Volodymyr Groysman in Kiev on Thursday, Tusk said he hopes in December the EU would be able to prolong its consistent policy that deals with the introduction and extension of sanctions. This issue isn't easy, but the EU ought to pursue a consistent approach, he said. According to the foreign official, Europe continues how to provide assistance to Ukraine for the full implementation of the Minsk agreements in order to achieve a real ceasefire and peace. The EU representative also held talks with Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko. The Ukrainian president informed Donald Tusk on the developments in Donbass and Ukraine's efforts to implement the Minsk agreements. Ukraine marks 75 years since the World War II slaughter of some 34,000 Jews on the outskirts of Kyiv, one of the largest massacres of the Holocaust. During the 29th and 30th of September, commemorating ceremonies are to be held at the Babi Yar Memorial Park, where the executions took place in the past. In September 1941, the Nazis slaughtered more than 30,000 Jews just in 2 days. Later they murdered the Ukrainians, Roma, and Soviet prisoners. Historians are the exact number of victims of the Nazis. They say that more than 100,000 people were killed at Babi Yar. That was the news. This is Radio Ukraine International with Ukrainian Perspective, a program of news, reports, and commentaries. I'm Tatiana Harbo, and the studio producer is Lyudmila Sudakova. On September the 29th, 2016, Ukraine marks the 75th anniversary since one of the most tragic pages in the history of the Holocaust in Ukraine, the mass murder of Jews in late September of 1941 at Babyn Yar in Kyiv. The most tragic were 2 days, September the 29th and 30th, when almost...
Let's try Radio Free Whatever again.
Your doctor's office, or hearing that while you're waiting for your doctor, you'd be hearing that playing.
A little bit more noise now, but it's still there. Radio Free Whatever, S9, S9 plus 10.
Upside down key decided. I don't know what the upside down key is all about. That's kind of weird, but yeah, just thought I'd share it with you. And before that, we were calling out with reefer weed. I've had some of that myself. I just did one hit, and I'm like, oh, this shit's weak. It's not doing anything for me. And then I was suddenly transported to another dimension. It's crazy. All right, got another song for you. This one is from Luke Lure. Here is Hold Me Down on the Radio Free Rock Mobile.
It's still strong for me, but I have the impression that the noise level, look at that, the noise level is now S9. Amazing. This is some noise. You know, if it was not for the live show, I'd wish at this moment there would be some kind of power outage and just have a little bit of DX tonight. I'm gonna go up to 7. I'm gonna tune the pirate band to see if there's something in the pirate band here.
Probability 30% from 0800 Zulu until 1.
Yeah, Sunbird DX the Cat came back about half an hour ago. So I'm happy. I know that. But he had this perfume scent. So he comes away from some home somewhere, I'm sure.
Wind 330 at 12. Visibility more than 6. Showers.
Scotty Tier 6 can get 5150 a little bit now. Cool.
3,500 overcast. Tempo 2100 Zulu until 2300 Zulu. Visibility 5. Light rain showers. Ceiling 1,700 broken. From 0300 Zulu. Wind 330 at 5. Visibility more than 6. Ceiling 1,500 broken. From 0700 Zulu, wind 320 at 5, visibility more than 6, ceiling 800 broken. Aviation weather, Indianapolis, special report at 2329 Zulu, wind 040 at 5, visibility 10, ceiling 1,000 broken, 10,000 broken, 14,000 overcast, temperature 17, dew point 16.
And by the way, anyone that wants to come over, I'm after this live show, I'm plugging my Amiga 500 and we're playing games. So if you guys want a retro game, that's what I'm going to do after this show.
Terminal airdrome.
Está brigando pela sobrevivência também, para sair dessa área.
Radio Nacional Amazonas, still good on 6180.
A zona de confusão, como diz o Vanderlei Luxemburgo, eu acho que o Cruzeiro demonstrou um bom futebol contra o Flamengo. Acho que o Cruzeiro deve ganhar.
Full fast load. I got a lot more games on my Amiga 500, by the way, so you better have a lot of choice, because I'm gonna really throw a lot of games at you.
Lá em Porto Alegre, dificilmente o Figueirense conseguirá bater o Inter.
Sorry. Somebody's calling me from North Korea.
Lembrando que o Botafogo Corinthians tem transmite ao Ricardo Azela, amanhã na Arena da Ilha. À tarde, 4h30, a bola vai rolar, 4 horas o show de
And even when it was corrected, the states on yet another
CKZN in Newfoundland, Canada.
it was unintentional, and it was as a result of crossfire for the hostages and self-defense when it came to killing the prisoners.
Were any corrections officers, National Guardsmen, state troopers, were any of them ever charged or arrested for what happened in the massacre or the after?
Yeah, I'm never sure for anyone that was asking. There's Danny Boy who was asking, is that 6604 is either New York or Gander in Newfoundland? The alternate each for a 20-minute report. So sometimes it's New York, sometimes it's Gander, Newfoundland, Canada. And to know which station it is, I always have to listen to the cities when they mention cities. But it's one of the two, New York or Gander.
We now know that was not coincidental, that in fact the state police went to great lengths to cover up the crimes committed at Attica, and the governor's office was complicit in that cover-up.
Attica still stands. There is a memorial out in front of it, but what is it like inside Attica prison today? Did reforms happen?
Well, in the immediate aftermath of Attica, there are important reforms, and they should not be minimized. In some respects, the New York prison system has ranking on traditions and several others for that reason. But those improvements are rolled back or rendered.
Oh yeah, Jerry, I'm buying it. The Nintendo console with 30 built-in games is supposed to be available somewhere early November, from what I know. And I want to have a copy of it. And already, apparently, there's some hack to kind of tap into the system and put all sorts of ROMs that you can download from the internet to play pretty much any Nintendo games you'll ever want. But yeah, it was announced somewhere in, I think it's in June or May or June. They announced that console that will have 30 built-in games.
On behalf of former prisoners and legal advocates. Heather Antoine.
Boy, if God's people would give just a fraction.
Estudiosa de la valiosa papelería de Julio en el espacio de la mesa redonda.
Radio Vancouver in Spanish on 6000 kilohertz.
Por el canal educativo 2. Documental El periodista ideal. Este sábado en la mesa redonda.
But if you guys want to play Nintendo games, I can tell you one thing. There's a great Nintendo emulator for Windows that works really, really cool. And you can download all the games you ever wanted to play. So if you've got a PC that doesn't do nothing, it doesn't even need to be powerful. It actually works even on a Pentium 4. You just, transform that PC into a Nintendo emulator and play all your Nintendo games on it. And you know what? If you go on eBay, you'll even have a Windows controller that is exactly like the original Nintendo controller with all the buttons, and they will work with that emulator.
Aunque se trabaja por mejorar la oferta al sector estatal y elevar la calidad de los surtidos, lo cierto es...
You know what, Jerry? I've got ROMs for games. I've got a lot of emulators, and I've got for all the emulators, I'd say I have probably 2 or 3 gigabytes of ROMs of different consoles with their emulators on my main machine.
Bueno, Susel grabó este reportaje en un momento que no es que recorrimos nosotros. El misterio para...
Yeah, Jerry, cool. 6925 kilohertz, lower sideband. 6925 kilohertz, lower sideband. There's some Spanish talk. You know what? The thing, Fastlow, is that 30 years ago you got it for $100, but today these people want to really, really sell those for a big price. You know what? I actually placed an ad in like Kijiji and asked for anyone that wanted to either give or sell for a reasonable price a game console, and all I got in reply was, "Oh man, you're cheap. You're not gonna pay. You know, I don't want to pay. I understand these things are interesting, but you know what? Look, I own the Commodore 64. I would not pay $1,000 to own a Commodore 64 today. That is completely stupid. If I get one for cheap, for $20 or $50, maybe. But I don't really, especially with the high number of consoles, of these consoles and these old gaming machines, I don't understand why they're sold at that price. Because, I mean, man, there are millions of them out there. You know what? Somebody has them in their attic or their basement. All they want to do is just get rid of it, and they would be happy for a tech guy like me to just pick it up and thank you. My crap is your crap now. You know the Amiga 500 I got here? I got it with an extra disk drive. I got it with the mouse. I got it with like 100 original games at a yard sale, and I paid $25. You know, the guy said, "Hey, it's $25." And I didn't say nothing. I just give him $25. You know what? The guy would have said it's $75, and I would have given $75. It's just that, you know, the guy had all of that and $25. Look, it's mine. I want it. What are you hearing, Rich, on 6905? Upper, lower sideband? Well, you know, Richard, I've seen all the posts that you have on your PL660. You've been really having a lot of nice DXing on your PL660. Around 6900, Rich, I hear a lot of Spanish stuff. I think it's like fishermen and drug dealers and whatever that just own two-way communication radios. And they are not aware that these radios go much further away than just the range that they want to use them with. By the way, guys, yesterday I was playing some games on an Atari ST, and I was so close to just going to my gaming retro channel and just turning on the camera and let it go. Yeah, you know what, Jerry? It's funny, but everything is on shortwave. Drug cartels, fishermen, name it. Everything is there. So when we hear talking, it's pretty amazing.
In China, how did you get in love
investments to make their business.
Radio Havana, Cuba 5990. This one is from the China Radio International 5990 from Cuba transmitter.
They wanted to start something big, so given the Chinese unique culture, so non-reference thought to be the first batch of angel investors. But yes, if they really turn up a good game plan, they may attempt some angel investment. But overall, given all this, despite all this, the frenzy about interpretation startup,
okay, this is funny on the YouTube chat. Danny Boy says, I just was thinking, what do you think people did before shortwave radio back in the days? It must have been boring. Gary Smith says, before shortwave, families had 7, 8, or 9 kids. That's a good one. So you guys think that the decline in children is not because people don't want children. It's because they got hooked to shortwave radio and decided they don't want to make anything else than just listen to the radio now.
So Tara, what's the advice?
SD2 in East Nebraska 5990 is S7.
Well, if I was a student here, I'd say go for it with all you got, as time allows, but have a backup plan. China and other economies around the world are really in a constant...
All I gotta say is when I'm in the mood, I'm in the mood, but I have to say that sometimes it's like some people are in the mood and I'm in the mood for radio or retro gaming or whatever else.
There are quite a bit of businesses that you can really enter that have low barriers to entry and little investment. Bike riding is an example of, you go buy a couple bikes, you just put them in the corner there, and you grow from that. Great. And, at the end of the day...
WBCQ on 3.250. Let's check it out. Yeah, not too bad, WBCQ. By the way, you guys, that they're looking for something like $50,000? Or is it $500,000? No, it's $500,000. $500,000 to kind of put your, just upgrade the station and everything. So this is experimental, by the way. 3250 is a WBCQ experimental frequency in Monticello, Maine. Hey, Scotty, I'm a man. I can have it whenever I want. Oh, this is... Okay, sorry. I want to put no image in everybody's head. Sorry. Oh, really, Jerry? It's that bad? A lot of flooded houses in Southwest Ontario? Wow. That's something. I didn't know that the storm was so bad. I'm gonna check here just for just by curiosity, because they did announce rain, but it didn't seem any really bad. Let me just check here if they have any advisories or anything for here. Here it says, it says that we're not even gonna have rain tonight, apparently. Not until Sunday, and it's not even clear. Wow. Oh, the Fred Flintstone Music Show, WBCQ, cool. Yeah, it is banned. Wow. So this is the Fred Flintstone Show, 3250 from WBCQ in Monticello, Maine, USA. Wow, that is heavy, Jerry. 250 millimeters of rain in 4 days. That's a lot. It's funny, though, that it's so heavy there and there's almost nothing here in southern Quebec. Most of the time when southern Ontarios get hit by storms, rain, or whatever, it always moves into the Quebec region afterwards. But this storm seems so much different. It seems like we're going to be totally missed by it. Laszlo is saying that 3250 is strong with a stupid signal. Is riding over it. What type of signal? Maybe you're having a birdie or some kind of one of your technology in your home is having some kind of
request going out
noise over it.
Leanne and her wonderful husband Rob over there in the Berkshires, and we're going to end our show with this very pleasant tune from Eric Clapton. We hope that you enjoyed the Fred Flintstone Music Show. You can contact me with email, fred7415@gmail.com, or check it out on the internet, Facebook, Fred Bedrock. It's been a pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much for listening, and all of your comments and ideas and music ideas and even requests. Definitely appreciate our very special shortwave listeners. Now we're going to just let it rain. Good night. I like this song. This is a good tune.
I think you're having some kind of interference from one of some technology around you or some electronics. Here there's nothing there, so on 3250 I've got just that signal. I got a lot of those here. You know, I wish that, you know what? What I would like is that all of us would be on a deserted island for 24 hours with no technology for, you know, except radios, and would all be DXing. And, you know, the bad thing about that, we'll be DXing with no noise, and we'll go back home and just be so sad that our radios have so much noise suddenly. Radio Free Water, we're really making it still on 5150 Pirate Station. Guys, I gotta admit something. I've been drinking wine and I'm really, really drunk now. So if I have problems in just expressing myself, it's totally normal. I'm drunk.
It's a Radio Free Whatever relay broadcast.
For the beer and the biscuits.
Rebroadcasting Radio Free Whatever.
All night long.
Yeah, and this is just the start on the Radio Free Whatever Relay Network.
Just out of curiosity, I'm going to go check. I don't think so with the conditions right now. I just want to see if Thailand has a signal tonight on 15590. is Radio Thailand, but with the conditions, I really, really don't think they're going to make it tonight to North America. It's so sad, man. Cheers, everybody. In the YouTube chat room, everybody's saying like cheers. Pretty cool. Yep, Radio Thailand is not there tonight at all.
It's a little uncanny what she managed to do. Become a symbol for a pain she never knew. You know Ronnie Reagan was a shoot Desmond's son. She got himself in the movies, that he impressed everyone. He thought child got fired. Was a mistake. Made a joke of the poor people, and that made him safe.
That chat room in the YouTube is not too bad, actually. I'm surprised at how well it works. So I'm actually always going from the shortwave, the digital addiction chat room and the chat room in YouTube, and both chat rooms seem to be working really nice. Just out of curiosity, if I put my chat room on YouTube permanent, I would like to have some moderators, because of course there'll be some stupid dumbass that will post all sorts of things. So, and I have control over that room. So if anyone wants to be kind of a moderator on the YouTube one, I would really, really appreciate it. So just say yeah, and I'll understand that you'll be one of them. Because I'm always scared, you know, chats are cool, and I mean, one of the things I love about chats is just the instant moment of everybody speaking together. Unfortunately, there's some bad guys that use these, and we've seen it in the past. So if anyone wants to be a moderator in the YouTube one, I'm going to check it out, and we're going to actually have a few people just kill the stupid dumbass that wants to just create chaos. Okay, nice. GLK001 is also known as ACE001 around internet groups. About 0-100 hours, let's check a few of our regular signals. Let's check Romania, 9730. Well, this is amazing. Romania is missing 9730. No Romania tonight. Let's check out China Radio.
Mass killing that left 19 people dead.
China Radio is there on 9570 from Albania.
That he killed his parents.
Well, I'm amazed that Romania is not there tonight.
His request for money. In order to cover up the crime, he later killed 17 of his neighbors.
That's quite good, Richard. Receiving 15590 meant for North America, for Thailand. It's very weak, but it's there.
From the village.
Wow, Rich, you've got 9730? I don't have it. It's very, very, very weak here. Usually it's a powerhouse signal. It's very, very strong. 9730 is usually very strong here. But nothing tonight. I guess that K index of 5 is really, really playing havoc with the signals.
Purchases following skyrocketing property prices over the past.
China Radio from Albania on 6020 kilohertz. That's pretty good.
Countryman Yuri Vesely to reach the semifinal.
You got 9730 strong? I've got nothing on that 730. Come on, fast load. Barely have a signal on this 730, actually. That's weird.
Beats Simona Hell at 6162 to reach the
China
final.
Radio is best on 6020 from Albania.
For CRI News, this is Shane Beggar.
Dog's dinner. Montezuma's revenge.
No, I don't need one fast load. I do believe you. That's interesting. Wow. Do you get 11800? 11800 is another one from Romania. I've got nothing. so interesting. Did you change anything, fast load, in your antenna? Did you do something different?
Night, good evening, good midnight, and good day, wherever you are, you're listening to Language Cafe. This is Monday.
And today...
That's a mouthful, huh?
It is a mouthful. Today we're learning part and parcel.
Yeah, being a mouthful is part and parcel of an announcer like me.
Oh, it certainly
We are
is.
so good at talking, right?
I'm going to pretend to be Matthew McConaughey from the movie Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, you're good at...
Okay, GLK9. I like it. GLK001 wants to know if something is on 9420. Very, very, very weak 9420 tonight.
The thing about being an investment banker is taking money from the client's pocket, putting it into your pocket.
Oh, okay, so could you please repeat the sentence? Because I was not thinking about money.
Okay, gambling with people's money, because that's what it is part and parcel of being an investment banker.
Do we have investment banker as listeners out there?
We might, yeah.
You're going to offend them.
Mm-hmm.
If they're listening to us.
I know, I'm shameless.
We are investment banker. We are the highest, one of the highest paid sort of profession. Yeah, profession, top of food chain. Yeah, really. And we are rich, and we are white collar. We are super class. But you're telling them that all they do is gambling with people's money. Oh, yeah.
That's what we do.
Okay.
Because when you go to a fruit salesman, what do you get from them? You get some fruit. When you go to a banker, what do you get? No, but you have money already.
Okay, fast load doesn't change anything. SG2 in East Nebraska says 6020 S6 Plus, good. Richard's saying that he's not hearing a Romania. KC2 NXP 9730 is S7 to S9 in Salamanca, New York. Richard Cook 6020, very strong here. Fast load, yeah, mine is strong too.
In the stock market.
I think they do. There's actually only like a 3% chance of you winning.
Can I make the sentence this way?
Sure.
And losing is part and parcel in investing in the stock market.
I think it is.
Oh my goodness. I should say this to my daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was born in the 30s, right?
Yeah.
Way back when the old China was still there. So he had this very knowledge that after certain decades, China didn't have a stock market. And later it was resumed, right? So he was considered himself as one of the oldest people, senior ones, who understand what is a stock market. So he was, investing in the stock market, but he never really earned.
Okay, mine is a sloper fast load. Mine is a sloper which is exactly 22 meters long, which is what? About 22 meters long is about something like close to 100 feet. It's, less than 100 feet. It's about 75 feet. 75 to 80 feet. And I do have a 9-1 Unun, which is equivalent to a Ballon also. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see what we receive. Very, very interesting. You know what? We're going to have to do a Skype fast load. We're going to do a Skype and compare things together. I think that could be cool to see how you receive and I receive in a Skype transmission.
And no one recognized them.
Oh, yeah, they feel so disappointed, right?
No, they enjoy it.
Oh, yeah.
In Hong Kong, everyone recognizes them.
That's good news to hear.
But when they're in New York, no one recognizes them, and they just love it.
Yeah,
they prefer
definitely. There are two kinds of people.
Yeah.
The true...
Partisan Guerrilla in the YouTube chat. You know what? I've got a ton of noise here. It's just amazing. I've got some buzzing from pretty much every damn electronic thing that existed. So you know what? I'm a tech guy. I love electronic stuff. But damn you electronic stuff for the noise you make.
You didn't remember? Okay, let me tell you. I have another movie that I acted in. Oh, Brian said, oh, sorry. I still cannot remember.
Yeah.
So they were so disappointed.
Part
and parcel.
Yeah.
Definition.
So it's been used since the 15th century as a legal term, with part meaning a portion and parcel meaning something integral with a hole. And this idiom has become more used loosely from about the 1800s.
Oh, so parcel is like a whole package.
Yes.
And part is part of the whole package.
So it's
something like
an
that.
essential or basic element.
Essential or basic element. Okay, 中文来了啊，一部分或者。
What is just so interesting, Fazlo, is what? Is that for a long time you were the one not hearing what I did here. And now tonight you're hearing stations stronger than me on many frequencies. And that is very interesting. But I also understand one thing around where I live. Man, the noise is just so damn... I would have used a bad word right now because that's what I wanted to use. But I wanted to use a F word, which I can't. But how can you not use a F word when the noise is so bad that your listening experience, your pleasure, what's your main hobby isn't fun anymore? I'm still having a lot of fun. And I know that there are a lot of people worse than me, but man, I'm just so sad that all the noise that the electronic era has brought to our radio hobby.
For too long, you started to enjoy the solitude. You don't want to. You hate socializing with people.
That's the difference. The ICR20 Fazlo, I've experimented a lot with it. And a wideband receiver like the R20, it's good for what it is, but for shortwave, it's not good. For shortwave, it ain't a good receiver. It is easily overloaded by strong signals, and there's a lot of better. You know what? Your FRG7 is a gazillion times better for the age that it has on shortwave than the R20.
So I sleep whenever I can.
Oh yeah, yes indeed. Even during daytime, right? Okay, 在孩子小的时候哈，爸爸妈妈一般睡眠都是不足的，因为这是养孩子或者育儿辛苦的一部分。That's part and parcel of being.
You know what, Rich says maybe a better DSP filter would help. I need to try out. I'm really there. I need to try out a Walbrook loop. Because when I see what everybody is receiving with their Wellbrooks, man. Well, the R5000 fast load is actually better than the FRG7. But it needs to be aligned. It's a receiver that's very finicky. And the R5000 was one of the best receivers out there. But it really needs to be improved. I think with the age, my R5000 probably is one of the R5000s that had the most receiving time ever. It used to be 24 hours a day. So it's probably, the electronics is needs to be aligned again. That's for sure. 5085 in the past few weeks, I haven't heard them. Are they there tonight? There's nothing on 5085. I haven't heard them in a little while, I gotta say. Last time I heard 5085 was maybe 2 weeks ago, I would say. And I have heard, I'm not sure, that WTWW has some kind of financing problems, and some of their transmitters are left off because they got no money to turn them on. And that's something I heard from a website that I go for shortwave stuff. I don't know. But I haven't heard them a lot. And I think it's because they don't have a lot of money to turn on the transmitter. They're kind of strapped for cash.
And that's good. You got a beautiful studio right in the basement of your home, and it's wonderful. And you use barracks boxes and the internet to connect up, which is great.
You know what, Radioactive? If WTWW would be in Canada, I would seriously think about what I can do to buy them.
The beauty of the new generation of radio using very simple in my time on W.
Hey, it's Alan Wiener, live, 5130 kilohertz, 3250 kilohertz also.
And if you wanted to do it live, you just about had to be here at the studio. But now,
a phone line, or you could rent
you could do a phone line, but if you were playing music, it sounded like crap. And to rent, an audio quality wide bandwidth phone line, say 20, 30 years ago.
Cost you a few thousand a month.
Yeah, or more, or it would have been impossible. But now you can produce your program, like many people do, right in your own home, using very simple, inexpensive equipment. And you can produce your show, and you can send us an audio download file, or you can stream it live like some of our clients do, and bingo, you're on the air. So the studio for the WBCQ transmitters can literally be your...
Radioactive, try 7490, 7490. I think they have the same program right now on 7490, 5130, and 3250. It's that time where Alan Wiener takes the air. So, and he's probably going to say that they still need 500 grand, sorry, to keep the station live.
Used to send programming into WBCQ. You can put it on a CD, you can put it on a reel-to-reel, you can put it on a cassette, you can put it on a bloody record.
we
could even send in a wire recorder, because you've got wire recorders.
I do have wire. I mean,
cool, Fastlow
recorders, but
I love that receiver, the R5000. I love that receiver.
I know.
But, you can use memory sticks, you can email it, there's just limitless possibilities.
Right. And no, there is, and it's fun. It's fun. It makes it a lot of fun. So we appreciate it.
Format you like.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, JP can run HBW literally from anywhere. Through the magic of...
Well, you know what, Danny Shortwave and Radio DX, I have a 102-inch aluminum antenna here. And I tried it 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, on Shortwave.
The rates for airtime...
And look at that, okay, that 102-inch antenna, okay, is a CB antenna. So it's tuned around 27 megahertz, that area. But I gotta say that for somebody that doesn't have any space,
you need good broadband. You do.
And any money,
you do need good broadband, and most people.
It's probably one of the most surprising shortwave antennas you can have, because it works pretty great for what it is. And I was able to hear amateur radio operators on the 160 meter band with the 102-inch width. I was able to hear pretty much everything, but at a reduced signal level. Everything was weaker because it's not made for shortwave in general. But it is quite surprising for what it is. And you know what? For 20 or 30 bucks, you can get that antenna, and if you can put it up, it's better than anything else if you don't have any cash and if you don't have any space for a long wire.
Camera's on, I'm waving to the camera. So we are on Ustream, and you'll see the latency and bandwidth issues with Ustream. Sorry, the pipe we have here is just not very good, and it's not our fault.
You know what, Partisan Gorilla? As Brother Stair taken over most of shortwave, if the FCC would sell shortwave frequencies like they're selling all the old TV frequencies to the cell companies, I can bet you that Brother Stair would buy the shortwave spectrum for his own programs.
Yeah, well, it's just the way it is. They do have fiber on Route 1, and they are putting in more nodes, and they are putting in more drop points. So I'm hoping that it has improved some, and I'm hoping that it will continue to do that. But anyway, Anything else on your mind, Jake?
Nothing like Radioactive that says, be right back, and exactly 22 seconds later says, okay, I'm back. Fast load says S9 plus 20 on the R5000. Kate C2 NXP says 7490, 20 over in Salamanca, New York. You know, I try all the time. At this time of night, I don't think 10 or 15 megahertz is propagating to Italy cable. It's something I should try in the afternoon. But I've probably maybe heard them sometimes. But I wasn't aware that it was Italy cable on those frequencies.
And it would be a real mess. And unfortunately, it wasn't designed. I didn't design the cabinet. So it's not take apartable.
Yeah, I see.
See, if it was take apartable, that would be fine.
Right.
I know I'm kind of doing the things the German language way.
Right.
Apartable.
Right.
But I didn't design it. It's not that way. And it just...
Rich in Atlanta is 7490 S8. You know what? I've got a lot of... I was reading a post the other day on Facebook where somebody said that he couldn't stand Alan Wiener because it was just talking. And when I listened to that guy on WBCQ, because for those that don't know, Alan Wiener is the owner of WBCQ, it just sounds like my hangouts or my live shows. It's just like blabber. We talk about radio and what is interesting. And you know what? I prefer an open-minded and just relaxed program like that than something that is like constructed and that's it. I mean, every program that's just, this is how we're going to do it, some are okay, but when something is just open-minded, we get calls, we read what's posted on the internet, it just seems so much natural and relaxed. And I find that Alan Wiener's program, where he gets calls and everything, is exactly that. Just relaxed radio. And I actually love that guy. I love the program. I love it when he's on the air. And I find that maybe it's because I do the same thing on the internet. You know what? Let's stop having barriers and, you know, having programs that have to be exactly synchronized in some way and just have some damn program that everybody loves, and that's it. And I love Alan Wiener for that.
On 7490, now, 3250 was listenable and not too bad.
Oh, good.
But there is something going on because no matter which, I got 3 antennas out here. They ain't very fancy or nothing. I got a dipole slinky and I got a long wire down to the pier and got another slinky that's about 30 foot long. But they all absolutely measure the same.
Okay, oh, you got some slinky antennas, huh?
Yeah, you know, I think maybe they take a little bit more of the magnetic...
Anybody had slinky antenna? Who in the chat room had a slinky antenna? I've never tried that. Some people say it's amazing.
Intense it is. It kind of it plays around with the polarization of the radio waves. It corkscrews it and all that stuff. It's just the nature of shortwave, ladies and gentlemen. So this show is on 3 frequencies tonight. So hopefully you can find one that you can listen to the show comfortably with. But anyway, Ramsey, how you been?
I've been pretty good. Kind of drinking too much as usual. Well, it was a good time for 71 years of age. I mean, I keep reading these obituaries in the paper.
I know. Listen, I was reading some. You know, I'm a man of science, and I read a lot of science journals. And I was reading today about some, you know, science folks that have passed away, and about some offshore radio argmaty pirate operators back in the 1960s in Europe. You know, some of these guys are my age, and they're kind of passing away and dying of diabetes and heart failure and all this awful stuff.
Well,
So,
it's the nature of things. You can't help it. I mean,
I know.
the poor out here in Indiana ain't going to refuse to get right because the pickers coming. It's not their nature.
no, I know. No, listen, we live, we die. And we try to do
What happened to that guy that ran that ship that eventually a fellow had time on WBCQ, Paul Lambert, and the Nord, I mean, but it was the ship you worked on, that guy, what the heck was his name? Out there.
Okay, well, Paul Lambert's still around. In fact, he just came out with a book about the MV communicator. No, that's Paul Rustling. Okay, but I've got to get my Pauls straight here. I'm forgetting. You might be thinking about Ronan O'Reilly, who ran Radio Caroline.
Yeah.
I need to try that, Jerry. Jerry says that they're great. I got a few of them. They're metal, of course, yeah. Because today they've got the plastic ones. You have to buy the metal slinky. But, I need to try that. Maybe it could be cool to try it out at home.
20 years my senior, so he's up there in age. But of course he spearheaded.
Danny Shortwave and Radio DX. You're surrounded by those tall trees that are over 80 feet tall. That's the time to throw a wire to it. You know what? I look at my environment, and I can tell you one thing, is when I see a tree, I see an opportunity for an antenna.
Them for a while, and we kind of stay in touch. I get emails from the folks over there every once in a while, or I'll get.
Yeah, plastic isn't really the best for antennas. If somebody makes a good plastic antenna, I want to see it up close. Do I get WCBS on 88? Let's try it out. 0.88 on medium wave. Here we go.
$1.
WCBS from New York.
For limited time, prices and participation may vary.
Kids, did you pack your homework? All done.
Did you?
Made bed, tidy room, brushed teeth, and hair.
Wow.
We even went with Dad to McDonald's and got to a McCafe pumpkin spice latte. A perfect morning. Mom, wake up! Ethan's drawing on the wall.
I knew it.
Take a moment in your real morning to enjoy a small McCafe hot latte, hot mocha, or hot chocolate for just $1.49. For limited time, price.
That's WCBS in New York.
WCBS News Time 8:27. 2 people are dead in a shooting with Newark police. A third person's in custody. Happened about 6:30 in the morning today on North 7th Street. Officers were attempting to arrest 3 people suspected of being involved in multiple robberies.
Hey man, William Elms checking in from the email. Nice to have you on board also.
Manslaughter at a Long Island nightclub. Tyshawn Phillips had been thrown out of the Mint nightclub in Garden City after a large fight broke out. This is back in March of 2014.
780 WBBM. Let's try it out. 780. There's something in the noise, but it's too weak. Let's go up quickly to the medium wave band. Let's check it out. 0.6. Let's go medium wave. Let's start at 500 kilohertz and up.
Yankees baseball on WICC Bridgeport, a Cumulus station, Southern Connecticut's news and information leader.
During every game, right here.
Miller Austin replaces Mark Teixeira at first for the Yanks. And the 5th.
This is the sports station, I think. What's the station? WABC? 660, anyways. It's a sports station out of New York.
Content partner of the Yankees radio network. This is not, of course, down through the years, the first time this kind of thing.
Well, you'd expect maybe some bats to fly out of some hitters' hands on a wet night, but we've seen this.
690 is the local sports station, Sportsnet stations on 690.
Blue Jays designated.
Maybe the two sandwich they could make. Or
we're going all out with avocado and tomato. But for me, the best part about Thomas's English muffin is how amazing that all sounds. So I can have mine just the way I want every morning. Today, maybe some almond butter and cranberry.
Thank you, GLK001. 660 is WFAN. And 770 is WABC. Thank you.
Tested, but with America's longest lasting truck, you know it won't fall short.
Accumulation, vraiment pas. Il fait 16 degrés, vent qui souffle du nord-est.
That's the local traffic station in Montreal, 730 in French.
Nuageux, ciel couvert.
Detroit Lions football games on 760 WJR are proudly sponsored by
WJR 760
Casino and Resort and Senior Financial Center. Catch every game all season long on Lions Radio, News Talk 760 WJR.
And now, the BetterHelp update from BetterHelp Market.
Oh, but K2BEW, I don't use it, but I read what's in it. So I am following what you guys are saying, even on the chat for YouTube. I've started to get, kind of a way of dealing with the two chats. So I just go back and forth. So it's quite all right.
Legendary selection of vitamins
for an unsafe environment. I'm Steve Kastenbaum.
Mourners spent the day remembering the FDNY.
WABC out of New York, 770.
In the Bronx. The funeral for Michael Fahey is scheduled for Saturday at 11 a.m. at Annunciation Church in Yonkers.
Yeah, I wonder where it was, WJR.
Facebook page.
Thanks.
7 WABC right now.
Yeah, well, you know what, K2BEW, I have to, because basically I leave it open. If I didn't want to read it, I'd just shut it down, because I can just shut it down if I want. So some people prefer to be there. And some people prefer to be in the regular chat where I go to. And I think it's okay. There's all kinds of people. Some people want to be in one place. The others want to be in another place. It's right, all right. WABC from New York, 770.
Showers continue, a high of 64. It's 58 right now in New York. I'm Lisa Ritchie on 77 WABC.
Hey, Scotty, I can't get 800. 800 is CJAD, our local AM station. So I can't hear anything else than the local Montreal station on 800 kilohertz.
While giving you the luxury buying experience you deserve. That's why they go above and beyond to earn your business every time you visit. Their state-of-the-art facility is designed to help you seamlessly find the vehicle of your dreams at a price you never dreamed could be true. Visit BMW Freehold and come harvest the savings at their Fall Harvest Sales event.
Get a preview of our next show at Chris Robinson.
This is Montreal's 800 CJAD.
On News Talk Radio, CJAD 800. This week, TD Canada Trust and TD Bank, the worry-free way to the USA.
Suffer from back pain? The Back Doctor Show on CJAD 800, Tuesday night at 7, might be the solution for you.
What'd you do today? Why are you asking? So, listen, they made a show. Our 6.
There's something very, very weak on 750, Rich in Atlanta. But it's just too weak. And it's so weak that it could be, I never know, it could be WSB, but it's too weak.
More secure America. Jobs, opportunity, and economic growth. For our
Coach of the Year. Je pense qu'on peut pas sortir de ce que les gens ont mieux sorti, ont créé avec amour, souvent avec le
860, I believe, is the Canadian broadcasting, the CBC in Toronto in French. Do you have 860 in French, Scotty Tier 6?
Maintenant, ça va de pair. On regarde la télévision avec un ordinateur. Press secretary said the call lasted.
Mon apôtre sans Jésus-Christ.
He was there. Does he get maybe smack talk from his buddies? Of course, the game's being played in the New York area.
Yeah, it is, yeah. No, well, I mean, if he hasn't told you anything like that.
and HR experts, receptionists and bookkeepers.
Career Extenders has them all.
1010 is CFRB in Toronto, Canada, usually.
It has the power to inspire. Here for a massage. Soyez.
Leach used that one defenseman at the point. Comes over to the near side to Timoshov. Timoshov.
Go to the second inning. Jose Ramirez, Lonnie Chisenhall, and Rajay Davis against the hard-throwing right-hander, Yordano Ventura. Ramirez, he's 0 for his...
Edward Snowden, what's the opinion of the Bloomberg View editorial board?
The Bloomberg View editorial board, Tim, has taken a pretty hard line on this. Not only aren't we in favor
Bloomberg station in New York, 1130 kilohertz.
Of some of the deals that have been...
I love Edward Snowden. He did a great favor and letting us know what the U.S. government and what the law enforcement knows about us. Unfortunately, in his work, he was not supposed to do that. It's a very complicated issue.
Which is this old World War I era law that's very, very, very infrequently used, or at least was until...
Yep, thanks Danny Shortwave. It's WBBR 1130 in New York.
Charge more.
Yep, 1100 is Cleveland. I know that.
Does that really work in an age where the release of this information wasn't just to one potential combatant or enemy, but the release was to the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think that might not be the best legal tool for the world that we have today. You know, it was written for people giving secrets to the enemy and you know, passing them off clandestinely. It was not really about leaking to the press, certainly, which is primarily what Snowden did, although we don't know everything that he did. He claims to certainly have a great many more documents that he's holed up with in Moscow.
Is there any connection in your mind to what happened regarding the Pentagon Papers during the Vietnam War and Daniel Ellsberg?
You are a meathead.
Very disappointed. I'm the guy.
1280 is the station, multi-ethnic station on in Montreal. There's different languages throughout the day.
Suite aux accords d'Oslo.
The last of the founding generation.
1410 is our local Haitian station in Montreal.
His life for
1450 is our local Arabic station.
For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible.
That's surprising. 1570 is a station in Laval, Quebec, and there's nothing on. Interesting. Let's check if Radio Free Whatever is still there tonight.
Yes, this is my de-stressor show. I'm de-stressing myself by playing you the great music that I found during the week here. So, with that, I got another one for you. This one comes from a band called Zipper Club. Zipper Club. And
It's WBCQ in Monticello, Maine. You can hear it on 3250.
I want to get more programs on the air, so we're trying the fund drive thing. We hope it works.
5130.
And everybody will start screaming and yelling.
749.
Doing this for a number.
WBCQ in Monticello, Maine with Alan Wiener, which is the owner of WBCQ.
To come in and underwrite the station and get us to so we can fulfill all the mission that we want to do. And it's all on the webpage, WBCQ.com. Check it out. You know, if you're one of those people that have millions and millions of dollars to spare and want to really change the face of shortwave radio, contact us. And, we're Sorry, George. Thank you for bringing that up, and thank you for your concern. All right. It's been okay. You know, there's been like a trickle. You know, no huge amounts. What we're really hoping for, and I've been doing this for a number of years, is I'm hoping to, get in contact with, or, get some large donors to come in and underwrite the station and get us so we can fulfill all the mission that we want to do. And it's all on the webpage, WBCQ.com. Check it out. You know, if you're one of those people that have millions and millions of dollars to spare and want to really change the face of shortwave radio, contact us. And, we'll
Okay, guys. If you got millions and millions of dollars of money to spare, I can also change the face of shortwave, so please help me. So I'm in competition with WBCQ right now.
So I've been keeping journals since 1971, which is frightening. I got, dozens and dozens of copies. But they came in handy because when Anita asked me, to just basically dictate an outline and tell stories of what happened, I was able to use all my journals because I kept detailed journals.
Danny Shortwave, you know why you can pick up TBN Religious Network? They got God on their sides. Have you noticed that God stations on shortwave are stronger than anything else? They've got God on their side. That's money on their side. They got much more money than regular stations. That's it.
Sometimes it's boring as hell.
I'm sorry, I don't want to offend anybody that believes in God, but I'm fed up with religious stuff.
Read another person's journal. My first wife, Sarah, did that one day. She read one of my journals, and it got tossed in the wood stove that night, which was not good. But anyway, because, when you write in a journal, sometimes you just write. You write about what has happened during the day, and it's interesting. But anyway, I use the journals as a guide. And over the course of several months, I dictated on a cassette tape and sent Anita all these cassettes. And through that, she was able to cobble together, a manuscript. And she would constantly send me copies by the mail to review. And, everything went great, and she was a very pleasant gal to deal with and speak with on the phone and all that. And, I didn't think anything was wrong, but, after everything was done and published and whatever, I didn't realize it, but Anita kind of got a little bit stuck on the storyteller. And, of course, that created some problems because I was dating and going out with somebody at the time. And that's just the way it is, like many guys, ladies and gentlemen, I can only deal with one relationship at a time. I mean, some guys I know, I got some friends up here, they can rotate, they can juggle various girlfriends. I can't do that. And I don't want to do that. One's enough at a time. But Anita got kind of a little bit over, I don't know, infatuated or something like that. God knows why. And the reason I bring it up is because it was just kind of sad because I really couldn't do anything. You know, I was with someone and I explained that, and there's nothing I can do. And I think she got really upset and really pissed off at me about that. And then when we went on the air with WBCQ.
Yes, GLK001, Mighty KBC is still transmitting on 6145. This weekend it will be 6145 kilohertz from 0 to 0200 hours. 2-hour show on Saturday night, North America. 00 to 0200 hours UTC. And 6145 kilohertz. Mighty KBC is still on the air.
Get an email or something like that. But I love Brother Stair. I do. You know, I've known him for I've known him for 20 years now. And
of course, he's gotta love Brother Stair. He brings in a lot of cash.
And
sorry
to judge him and what he says. He's a prophet of God, and I believe it. And, who am I to dispel that? You know, God works in mysterious ways, and he works through all of us as he chooses. And he doesn't have to explain. So, when Brother Stair first got on the air on WBCQ, it created a lot of consternation. And a lot of people, I got a lot of crap about it. And Anita got really uptight. And she'd call me, and I would explain. Well, sweetheart, it's free speech radio. I mean, if you're gonna be free speech radio, like
Jerry's saying there's a drug cartel on 6905 lower sideband.
and programming.
You know, if I owned a shortwave station, okay, if I owned a shortwave station, I'd be glad to bring my programs. But if I had some difficulty paying for my bills, I'm sorry, but you guys would also hear Brother Stair on my station. You know, it's just the way that these stations can survive. If Brother Stair goes away and the money that goes with it goes away, these stations are dying. So we gotta stop whining about the fact that we hear Brother Stair everywhere. We just gotta accept the fact that he's there. And if you don't like the programs, you know, there's a gazillion other frequencies to listen to on shortwave. Just ignore it. At least it maintains WRMI, WWCR, WBCQ, WTWW on the air. He's got tons of money to pay, and it helps them stay there. So stop whining and just accept the fact.
To be on WBCQ. Everywhere. But Anita, and it was sad because she got angry at me probably for all these multiple things, and then I never heard from him again. I think the last time I heard from Anita was 1999 or something like that. But she lives on as the author of Access to the Airwaves, a book now out of print. Ah, yes, a has-been. Ah, yes, Basket of Deplorables, has-beens. I love it. I love it, ladies and gentlemen. All right. WBCQ at WBCQ.com, WBCQ at WBCQ.com. We have been getting donations. In fact, I got a bunch of letters here, and I've been meaning to do a mailbag for a while. Let me go over some of these. This is a letter from Richard. And he said, "Hi, Alan. Enclosed is my donation to WBCQ. I'm sending a check because I'm not into PayPal and computer stuff, which is fine, which is good. I usually give $100 a year to the local PBS station, but this year I'm donating it to WBCQ. I am a retired old geezer. Been listening to shortwave since about 1956 and listening to WBCQ for about 4 years. 7490 is the best frequency here, always loud and clear. Other WBCQ frequencies are spotty. Sometimes I hear them and sometimes I don't. My main radio is a Grundig G3, but sometimes I listen on my 1937 RCA console that I restored. Oh, wonderful radios. That's what I love about BCQ. The B is for backward compatible. Keep the filaments lit and the plate voltage on. Well, as I scan all the meters, yep, all the BCQs are on the air, and your reception reports are welcome. WBCQ at WBCQ.com, WBCQ at WBCQ.com. I also got a cash donation today from Spencer, who hails from Indiana, and I appreciate it. As I said, the fund drive, it is helping. It is helping. It is helping us to pay the electric bill. As I mentioned a week or so ago, our number 5 transmitter is here, and thanks to some of our donations, I was able to pay the freight bill. Well, at least about $1,000 of it, because the freight bill.
Thank you, Andy Tobin. Nice to have you on board. Tomorrow there's a hangout. Once again, I have to announce it. There's a live show for Shortwave. We're going to talk about digital modes on the amateur bands tomorrow at 2000 hours UTC. And we're going to have some live decoding of amateur bands on the show. So that's going to be interesting. So hope that you can be there if you can. Thank you, everybody. And it's always fun to have everyone on board. So thanks, Andy.
There's no reason for it. I can't even get them to pave the road. We still got potholes on Britain Road here. So your donations help. And if you want to donate to the station, you can. It's easy. Just go to the PayPal account, the donate button on our website, wbcq.com, and donate what you can with your credit card, or you can mail it to us, and you can send us to a QSL.
Yeah, Charles, I wouldn't call it prophet of God. I would call it prophet from God. There's the prophet of God, prophet of Jesus, but these guys are prophet from God.
RITTO in Monticello, Maine, 04760. That's WBCQ 274 Britain Road, Monticello, Maine.
Okay, I'm going to tell you one thing, Danny Shortwave. He's looking for a vintage shortwave radio. We are all completely nuts with our radios. That's one thing we have to understand. Nobody will ever approve that we buy a new radio. Nobody will ever approve that we need that new gadget. And nobody will ever approve that we need that vintage tube radio or something that like from the past. And you know what? The hell with it. We want it. That's the important thing. We want it. That's all that's important.
To this for years and always enjoyed it. Ramsey's Roadhouse on Mondays is one of my favorites. Mondays, 7 p.m., 7490. Ramsey does a great job. Yeah, just wonderful. Reception this evening was good with minor fading. Audio quality was great. Thank you, Pete. I was listening on a Texan PL880 connected to a Denjin 31-meter active loop antenna. Very good. Loops are good. If you can build a big enough loop, they are a good anti-noise antenna. I also often listen on my antique Hallicrafters SX62.
No, we got it. Scotty Tier 6 gives the perfect example. When she asks, just point to the closet full of shoes, and that's it. Okay? You know what? I got 2 pair of jeans or 3 pair of jeans and like 10 shirts. And you know what? You just need to just relax. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't mention it. I know that Alan Wiener is always live on his stream on Ustream. Thanks for the link, I'm really sorry to not mention it. I wanted to mention it earlier, but I just kind of got, mixed up in my own little world. So thanks. But yes, it's fun to see Alan Wiener live on the YouTube stream. Ustream. .tv. And thank you for the link.
CQ is the real thing. You are what you say you are. What a thing to have in today's world. I would like to send more, but I have to give to the Rhode Island Veterans Home, where my dad, we give all the money there, spent the last month of his life.
Scotty, you got a friend now. Danny Shortwave says, oh yeah, good one. Point at her closet.
Donation. This, folks, this is the reason we're on the air. Because I'm going on a miraculous 56 years old. You're still a youth. Oh, God. The 1980s. The VA is a mixed blessing. The Drake R8A is
Cairo on 9965. Let's try Radio Cairo 9965. Nothing at all, Richard.
Giving thanks, he gave it to them, saying, "Drink this, all of you. This is my blood of the new covenant."
You just need
Ministry, Johnny and Friends.
5743.
You're in the mailbag.
I just grabbed these a couple of weeks ago. This is from Michael, from Pennsylvania, from McGuire, Pennsylvania. And he says, I'm listening to WBCQ. Excuse me, I listen to WBCQ. I'm reading these codes, so forgive me if I foul up a little bit. I'm listening to WBCQ.
World of Radio.
And if possible, would like to request a QSL card, which you got, for the June 27th edition of World of Radio, the English language broadcast showcasing events and shortwave programming was heard in, I think this is Macquarie? If I'm saying that right, Pennsylvania?
The same thing here, Radioactive 5130 has some kind of buzzing on it. So I've not been able to, it's not as good as it was. That's why I've been trying 3250. But 3250 is in the noise.
Regards, Michael from Pennsylvania. Bless you, Michael. All right, Fred Jodry, I know you write me all these weird letters because you're weird anyway. I'm so old listeners to this weird station. He says, Alan, lately I promised to myself, and all right, he's talking about his receiver here, and minimize all the tuner trimmer condensers on a transistor radio, then disconnected the end connector on the ferrite antenna coil.
You know what, Danny? My significant other looked at the day that I received this ICOM receiver and looked at me and said, look, but you already have radios. And my reply was just so simple. I don't have that radio. And that's it. And I kind of hinted that, well, it's my money and I wanted that radio. So I don't see where's the problem, because you don't seem to have any problems in buying whatever you want. So why should there be a problem because I purchased this radio? That's pretty much it.
There surely could be more listener mail, though. My favorite part, I'm sure, is go through a heap of listener mail. That would be funny. We get mail. I get letters in my...
Yep, their fund drive I was tuning in when they started the fund drive about 2 or 3 weeks ago. They wanted $500,000. But you know what? Running a shortwave station is really expensive. WBCQ rents airtime that is not even covering totally what it costs to maintain shortwave transmitters. So basically, it costs like a lot of money to run these things. And you know what? The transmitter eventually wear out. You have to buy new gear. And this is not like just ham radio. It costs $1,000 and you got a new transmitter. I gotta say that these transmitters, they have just one tube in the transmitter that costs like $50,000. So it has, it's very complicated. And I understand why they want 500 grand for it. because it costs a lot of money to operate a station like this.
If the information is correct, please verify it on QSL card, letter, or email. I know I responded to you, I know. And then he invites me to go to his blog. Thanks a lot and best regards. 74.90. Boy, that was, it was coming into Brazil real.
The best was telling my significant other that I spent $2,000 on this. And seeing that little pause and that look where it's like, what? You spent $2,000 on this, $2,000 on this? Yeah, it's my dream receiver. It was my dream receiver. You know what? When I got this, I think this was my dream receiver for at least 10 years. And you know what? I got my dream receiver. And that's cool. I got the receiver I wanted. Who cares about the rest? Spend your money and buy radios. We never have any. We don't have enough radios.
And he's listening on a Texon PL600 with an excellent signal. Sinpo 5555555. Like those fives.
Like Jerry says, there's always a radio you need. You know, it's not because you got tons of radios that you have the perfect one. You need that one because it has something unique than the 250 other radios do not have.
Well, you know, if you're watching on TV, folks, this is sometimes all we...
That is something. You know what, Jess? It is the case. You know, WBCQ rents airtime at such a cheap price that it does not cover. And one of the reasons behind WBCQ is to give a voice to people that can't afford, okay, I drank too much wine. Let's start again. So, can't afford to have airtime. And I find that an interesting and noble cause. You know what? If you can give somebody, today, you know, it runs in the million. Just look at the U.S. elections. Each candidate needs to raise billions just to be elected. And there's a flaw in there. There's a big problem in there. And that, I think, is not just U.S. It's every country. You can't voice yourself if you don't have cash. Well, WBCQ gives a voice to people that don't have a lot of money to voice what they want to say. And that's cool. I think that's cool. Now, of course, they need a lot of money. And they are a business. So, you know what? Okay. You got to take and leave whatever you want. But I think it's cool.
All right, on a frequency of 7490, talked about a trip he took to the Howdy Doody studio as a child. Oh, I missed that. So, you were on the Howdy Doody show? Then discussed the non-engagement of radio and TV now due to corporatization. Yeah, I know, it sucks. Played Young Love during a break and discussed...
Take care, Fast Love. See you maybe tomorrow or at the Zoe Bar, and we'll have a beer. Take care. It's always fun to have you, and it's always fun to have you as a friend.
And information well presented. I was into shortwave listening years ago, then got distracted with other things. Now I'm semi-retired, and enjoying the hobby again. Low tech to the point of being a Luddite, but
all I gotta say is if the average Joe that has great ideas, that everybody thinks he should be there, cannot anymore go up and be maybe one day a president or a prime minister. We've got a damn serious problems in the way things are happening right now. Because I think some of the best ideas come from the average Joe. But you know what? They never make it up there because these billions of dollars are preventing the average Joe from actually telling exactly what they want and what it is that's the problem. And I think that's the biggest problem today in every country in the world. I'm not talking about the United States. I'm talking about every country, including Canada. You know what? If the average Joe does not have any word to say, and is not, it's funny because they're always coming back with the fact that, oh yeah, but you're voting, you're voting. So voting means you can say what you want. No, voting doesn't work like this anymore. You cannot say what you want by voting. It's much further than that. The average Joe wants to be heard, and today he's not. Today he's not, and the money is blocking everything. So that was my political statement for tonight, and maybe I should be in some kind of debate somewhere, but we're listening to the radio.
The Shortwave Saturday night, we will definitely be tuning in again.
It's close. It's really close to it. I can tell you that, Cook Rick. 4-hour live stream, it's very close to a record.
With a DSL receiver, a little dongle that you plug into your computer. Or you can have a 1937 Philco glowing and humming and buzzing away in the corner, listening to the...
We should remake, you know what? K2BEW is saying so many radios, so little time. You know that, I think it's in the 80s, that song, that girl that was singing Too Many Men, Too Little Time? We have to re-sing it. You know what? I'm going to sing it. I'm going to do a video and sing it and sing Too Many Radios, Too Little Time. That is excellent. Excellent.
Hero in the great USA, United States Marine. All right, emails open, WBCQ at WBCQ.com. Let's check the email. James?
Max Bilodeau. It's a realistic, it's an old realistic DSP-40 is the number. There are some on eBay from time to time. It's a realistic DSP-40. And it's surprising. For what it is, it's okay. It's not a modern, it's an old thing. It's like 20 years old, so it doesn't have the DSP of today. But it is okay.
I love trains, and I'd like to see more train service everywhere. I would love to be able to get on a train in Monticello, Maine, and end up in Florida. Really. There was a time you could do that. I think the last train pulled out of Monticello, Maine in 1952, 1 year before I was born. We still have a road called Station Road where the train station was. I would love to be able to do that. Okay, Doug.
Radioactive. Let's go for a Guinness World Record for tuning the bands Friday. Yeah, that would be, you know what? Nobody does it, so I would automatically be the guy with the Guinness World Record of tuning the shortwave bands live on the internet.
Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, Tuesdays on 93.30 right here at BCQ. 74.9 is a good signal into this area tonight. Watching your video. Hey, I'll swap you a touch-tone phone for that beautiful rotary dial you have. Oh yeah, there it is. And it still works. The 500 set. Hi, you're on WBCQ. Hey, Alan, this is...
Charles says, how about an all-nighter DX scan the bands? You know what? We should do like some kind of... I should do some kind of, I don't know, telethon or something, or internet-ton, I don't know. Tune the bands for 24 hours. I'm going to start at midnight UTC and end at 23 hours and 59 minutes the next day. Well, the same day. And we're going to do a 24-hour live stream. Oh, man, I'm going to be dead after that. And especially because I always want to have a beer. Not only will I be dead, I'll be drunk and dead.
You got a slinky. You and Ramsey. Okay, you got a slinky antenna. Cool.
Radioactive says, hey, an all-nighter is a great idea.
They're portable. No, they're great antennas. I mean, slinkies are fun to play with anyway, but they make a great portable antenna. They really do.
They really do. They don't take a lot of room when you coil them up, but they make them doggone good shortwave antennas.
How far out can you uncoil them?
Oh, probably.
Yeah, Ray Kelly's got it. You know what? I'm going to have some coffee. So what I'm going to do is, in an all-nighter, I should have coffee, beer. So not only I'll be drunk, but I'll be high and drunk.
hula hoops, pogo sticks, little scooters, all this stuff that we had when we were kids.
Tuning for tunies.
Right, this stuff was really cool. It was great stuff.
Well, not only was it great, but we learned a lot about how things work for the school kids.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these toys were, principles of, scientific chemistry and physics, which is fascinating in itself. And, just had a lot of fun. And I loved mechanical toys. I really did. Mom and Dad were great about that because they knew I was mechanically inclined. And
well, as I'm sitting here,
they would buy me toys that ran with motors and wind-up clock mechanisms and all that. Oh, I had a blast. I had a blast with this stuff, man.
Me too. That was my kind of stuff. And as I'm sitting here, I'm looking at my radiometer, which is, of course, in that little glass.
You know what would be cool? I'm thinking of something. You guys are giving me an idea, okay? I'm going to be on the air live. I'm going to do a live show. And the live show is going to last as long as I get a minimum of donations. So if I get the minimum donations every hour, I'm going to continue, and we're just going to have fun listening to the radio. I'll have all sorts of stories and shortwave stuff. That could be really cool. And when the minimum isn't met anymore, well, that's where we end it. That could be cool. Oh, radioactive is an interesting idea. Do it on October 31st, Halloween. Ho ho! Okay, let me think about that. That is interesting. I'm having interesting ideas with everything here. Scotty Tier 6 says, coffee makes you too awake to pass out drunk. You're just drunk, but you're still like, you're there. I want to beat WBCQ in the first $500,000. So you know what? If I get 500 grand, I'm going to give half of it to WBCQ. Just because I love you. Oh man. Halloween. Wow. Okay. You guys would like that? Some kind of... let's just go with the flow and almost like 24 hours thing. That could be cool. Yeah.
There are some nights when it does make it.
Yeah, well, if it was on, it's only.
Yeah, you know what, Max Bilodeau, there isn't much in the way of DSPs that are extra to the radio, for the simple reason that today's radios have a lot of digital signal processing that's built inside the device. So a lot of the radios, so for example, if you look at the ICOM ICR 8075, it has a form of digital signal processing in the radio. We are in another world now. When I bought this DSP 40, the thing is, that was something new, and radios did not have DSP. Today, all the radios have DSP. The radios that are, high-end radios have digital signal processing. That's why you don't see separate boxes. The only place I would see that maybe you have something is maybe MFJ. MFJ always had some unusual boxes for radios, but that's the way it is. That's why the realistic DSP-40, it's an old box, it's an old thing. I can tell you that.
Stereo all the way down in Florida.
What stereo system did they use?
They were using Sequom.
They were using Sequom, and you were able to get it. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cool.
Actually, one idea that I had, and I want to share it with you guys, is I wanted to contact by email all the pirate stations that I know that are active and ask them if I do a special hangout for pirate radio to do a show that evening. That evening, all the pirate stations just do a show one after the other or simultaneously, whatever. I had that idea, and I don't know if they would want to participate, because being a pirate means you're illegal and it's kind of complicated. But I think that would be cool.
Hey, I'll swap you a text. Yes. This, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on Ustream, is a 500 set multi-line telephone. Occasionally has done. All the plastic, crappy China phones get blasted to oblivion, but the Bell system, Western Electric 500 set, keeps on trucking. All right. Anyway, thank you, Tom. And we'll be.
But one thing I want to make sure, you know what? On October 31st, if you guys, anyone that doesn't work, it's a Monday night, you know what? October 31st is Pirate Night. It's Halloween. I'm going to be here. We're going to have a live show. And you know what? I'm going to make it as long as possible if people are interested. If you don't have to work the next day, some of you don't because some of you are already retired. I'm not retired, but I'm a guy that, works, is self-employed, so it's like, I can mingle with my schedule. One of the things that's interesting, I think, on October 31st, Halloween night, maybe we could do something. You know what? If you guys have an idea of something special, something unique that we could do on that evening, not just listen to pirates, do some interesting stuff. Let me know. It could be a very nice evening to do something special. And I'd like that. I really would like that. So if you guys have ideas, let me know. I think it would be cool. I find it so cool to do these shows with you guys. So, 4 hours, man. I can't believe we're on for so long. It's just incredible.
Useless. Okay. 7490, great copy of Pensacola Trading. Location is on a sailboat in Sandusky Bay.
You know what, Radioactive? It's not that. I know that it's being caught by the FCC is not much of a problem. There's not a lot of law enforcement. Like here in Canada. Here in Canada, if you guys don't know, there's two guys for all of Canada that are there for what's happening. And two guys cannot deal with pirate stations and a million and gazillion things that interfere. So it's just that we're giving a hint. But I think that could be cool. You know what? I'm thinking about something, and I think that could be fun. And if you guys have ideas of something special, one thing that I was actually thinking also, and I'm going to tell you guys, on January 1st, New Year's, I was thinking of doing some kind of New Year marathon. Like marathon on the air to get some funding also. So like New Year's Eve, well not New Year's Eve, but New Year's Day, some kind of marathon where we're gonna just go and see what happens. So I've got a few ideas here, and I enjoy doing what I do, and I want to continue doing what I do. And I think you guys appreciate what I do. And I appreciate what I do, and I love what I do. Unfortunately, there's one big problem with life. You got to pay the bills. And that is the major issue that I am facing right now. I got to pay the bills, and I've, actively decided that I would go live and do live stuff and do stuff on YouTube. And of course, my replacement right now is not as much as I wanted. And I love what I do. And I know that you guys just love being there and just following me. So, you know what? I got a few ideas. And I think it's going to be fun. So, that's cool.
Yes, all right. Thank you, Robert.
Well, if I do the Amiga, you know what? I was not expecting just to do a hangout that's 4 hours and 20 minutes. So right now, I'm not sure the Amiga hangout, the Amiga gameplay is going to be there. because my significant other is coming back from work at 11 p.m. So if the Amiga is there, it's not going to be it's not a good idea. But I really need, a lot of you have expressed the fact that you would love a retro gaming hangout, and I need to do something like a live show, and I promise I will do it. And yes, you're active. I really know that you appreciate what I do. And unfortunately, you know what? It's I don't want to be negative, but hello everyone, I'm back after this noise. 2 seconds, I'm just going to change the batteries in the other receiver also. And we are back in 2 seconds. Hello everyone, we are back. Well, I did a test tonight also. One of the reasons I wanted to continue tonight, I did a little bit of test because I'm using rechargeable batteries, and I did a little test in the rechargeable batteries. And these rechargeable batteries, basically, I wanted to see how long they would last. So 4 hours and 25 minutes or something like that. So that's cool. I know that's reassuring. And I've put back in line the alkaline batteries that I always keep real next to me in case of these batteries leaving. So that's cool. That's cool. And yeah. Yep, Scotty PR6 added just perfectly. My batteries are dead. So we are back. And so what I was saying is, it's a lot of work, and I don't want to complain. I feel like I'm whining when I say this and all the time, and I don't want that. I just want to say that thank you, everyone. You guys are great, and it's just so much fun to have all of that, and to have such a great gang following all the time and listening to the radio. 4 hours and 20 minutes. This is a record tonight. This is a record. So, hey guys. I want to say that it was a fantastic night for listening to the radio. And I want to say that it's just amazing to have you guys around. So, I want to thank everyone. I'm going to sign off. I'm going to say thank you for everything, that you guys are just great. You know what? If the earth would represent our little group that we are tonight, you know what? We'd have peace, happiness, and so many shortwave radios that we'd go crazy. But thank you, everyone. Tomorrow, 2000 hours UTC. We're going to talk about digital modes in amateur radio. I hope you can be there. And it's going to be fun. And we're going to have some live decoding of different modes. And I think it's going to be fun. So, take care, everyone. Was really nice to have you on board. See you tomorrow, 2000 hours Universal Time. That's 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, North America, East Coast. Take care, all. Thank you all. Thank you for being there, because without you guys, there would be no show. Bye-bye, and have a nice rest of the evening, night, day, wherever you are. Bye-bye, guys.